Chapter 1556. Matzi, let's go to the foot of the mountain to rest. Yi Qinfeng concealed the coldness in his eyes. He rode the dragon horse and brought Xia Wendy to the foot of a lush mountain to rest. Eighth Chinese, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to equals. Less than or equal to Qinfeng. Did you feel it? A powerful aura just swept past them. The fairy-like Xia Wendy was sitting on a smooth boulder to regulate her breathing. She frowned slightly as she looked at Yi Qinfeng and asked, "I felt it." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "Prepare for battle." These people are really annoying. Xia Wendy did not like killing, but she would not be soft-hearted against her enemies. The heaven region is more complicated than we imagined. The law of the jungle is more thorough. We revealed too little strength, and you are so beautiful. Naturally, we will attract some unexpected calamities. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said. Hearing Yi Qinfeng praise her, Xia Wendy was happy. Silence! She waited for trouble to come. Soon, 5 powerful auras appeared and locked onto Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. Following that, 5 people wearing black robes and silver masks appeared. They were deliberately hiding their identities. What? You finally can't help but make a move. Yi Qinfeng sat cross-legged on the boulder. Silence looked at the 5 black-clothed men and lightly said, "Oh, you discovered us long ago?" A tall and sturdy 2 meters tall man with explosive muscles exuding a terrifying pressure said with a hoarse voice, "Sigh, with your little tricks, you want to track someone without anyone noticing? Aren't you a little too naive?" Yi Qinfeng laughed and said mockingly, "I underestimated your methods." The muscular man said with a hoarse voice, "But this still doesn't change anything. Big brother, don't waste words with him. Kill this brat and capture that woman. Let's have some fun." The shortest man of the 5 looked at the fairy-like Xia Wendy with a burning gaze and said lecherously, "If you use that kind of expression to look at me again, I'll dig out your dog eyes." Xia Wendy loathed this kind of expression and coldly warned, "Yo, I didn't expect this girl to be so fierce." "This is even more interesting," the short man said in a strange tone. Swish! Just as the short man finished speaking, Xia Wendy moved. She turned into a ray of light in midair and suddenly attacked the short man. "Yes, 4-star Dao Masters. You've been hiding your true strength." Sensing Xia Wendy's sudden burst of strength, the black-clothed man and the other 4 revealed looks of surprise. At this moment, the ancient formation flags that had been repaired by Yi Qinfeng floated above his body. They swayed in midair and formed a large number of formation runes, restricting the entire space and sealing off their escape route. True spirit fighting dragon fist. Xia Wendy appeared in front of the short man at an extremely fast speed. 3 profound Dao diagrams appeared on her body. She deduced the Dao intent to the extreme and used the strongest move she currently knew to bombard the short man. A fist blasted out, and a slight fluctuation appeared in the space. A fist light that was strong enough to kill a giant dragon ruthlessly bombarded the short man, crushing his attack like breaking rotten wood and smashing into his body. Kacha! A series of shattering sounds rang out from the short man's body. His strength was similar to Xia Wendy's, and he was a 4-star Dao Master, but he was sent flying by the true spirit fighting dragon fist. He turned into a cloud of blood in mid-air and died on the spot. Goo! Seeing the scene of Xia Wendy killing the short man with a single punch, the 4 black-clothed men couldn't help but gulp. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. Your Excellency, can you let us go?" Bandits should have the consciousness of bandits. Since you've embarked on this path, you should know that this is a road without end. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, "Now, I'll give you a chance to attack. All of you can come together." No, we're willing to exchange a great secret for our lives." Xia Wendy's combat strength was already beyond their imagination. Looking at the calm Yi Qinfeng, They felt that Yi Qinfeng's strength was probably even more terrifying than Xia Wendi's. They had to throw out a great temptation. Not interested. With that, Yi Qinfeng turned into a shocking sword shadow, appeared in front of the burly men, and attacked them. Your Excellency, you really want to fight us to the death. If you push us too far, we'll die together with you. Taking Yi Qinfeng's fist head-on, the burly man who walked the path of body refinement felt his entire arm go numb. The frightening power almost broke his arm. He shouted in fear, "Brother Yi, don't worry. Die together? You think you can do that?" Yi Qinfeng revealed a trace of disdain. He didn't use the power of Tao intent. Instead, he used his physical body to attack them, suppressing their attacks. The power of his 5 acupoints exploded. More than 1 billion pounds of power poured into his right fist, and he punched at a black-clothed man. No! A shrill scream rang out. The man who was hit by Yi Qinfeng's punch was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's punch. From his arm to his body, he exploded. "Die for me!" A black-clothed man seized the opportunity when Yi Qinfeng exploded his companion. He wielded a low-grade saint sword and dealt a fatal blow to Yi Qinfeng. When the low-grade saint sword stabbed into Yi Qinfeng's body, it felt like it was stabbing into solid black iron. This shocked him, and he wanted to change his move. But Yi Qinfeng's attack speed was too fast. The terrifying fist light brought with it an unparalleled pressure, and it fiercely bombarded his body, directly blowing him up. Damn, is this guy from the Yao race? Why is his strength so terrifying? Seeing Yi Qinfeng's astonishing physical strength, the burly man and his companion were scared out of their wits. They both summoned a mid-grade saint treasure and attacked him. As the 2 mid-grade saint treasures attacked, Yi Qinfeng immediately pressed his hand down. The Xian life and death Tao diagram appeared in his palm and fiercely landed on the 2 mid-grade saint treasures. The terrifying Tao intent and power directly crushed the 2 saint treasures. Then, the soul force in Yi Qinfeng's mind exploded. Like 2 terrifying heavy hammers, it fiercely bombarded the 2 men's soul seas, causing their souls to tremble and their minds to go blank for a short time. God-Eater Brain, Soul Search. After knocking the 2 unconscious, Yi Qinfeng immediately used the power of the God-Eater Brain to search their souls and obtain their soul memories. Just as I guessed, they don't know any big secrets. After searching through the 2 soul memories, Yi Qinfeng didn't find any valuable information other than the fact that they had been killing and robbing people all these years. He directly crushed their heads and ended their lives. Let's go, let's continue on our way. Yi Qinfeng took away the 5 people's belongings and said, "After dealing with these flies, there shouldn't be any trouble." With that, Yi Qinfeng released the sky-burning sacred fire and melted the 5 corpses. After destroying the corpses and destroying the evidence, he put away the 3 ancient formation flags, rode on the dragon horse, and continued to rush towards the Misty Heaven sect with Xia Wendi. Chapter 1557. The Misty Heaven sect was located in the depths of the Misty Immortal Mountain. It was one of the ancient human sects in the Heaven Realm. By Chinese, less than or equal to equals. Less than or equal to the Misty Heaven sect used to be the absolute leader of the human race in the Heaven Realm. They had produced countless outstanding cultivators. In the history of the Heaven Realm, the Misty Heaven sect had participated in many fierce battles against the alien races. However, with the passage of time, the Misty Heaven sect was unable to recover from the repeated battles and gradually declined. We're here. We finally arrived at the Misty Heaven sect. Yi Qinfeng looked at a mountain in the distance that was shrouded in a sea of clouds. Occasionally, there would be spirit beasts flying in the sky. With a faint smile on his face, he and Xia Wendi flew toward the Misty Heaven sect. Stop! This is the territory of the Misty Heaven sect. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. When Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendi arrived at the majestic mountain gate that was constructed from 2 complete pieces of celestial crystal, Two Peak Six-Star Tao St. Misty Mountain disciples, wearing Taoist robes, immediately stopped them and loudly reprimanded them. The two of you, we are here to look for Senior Shui Piao Miao. Yi Qinfeng jumped off the dragon horse and said politely, Pavilion Master Shui. The two Misty Mountain disciples sized up Yi Qinfeng's group. When they saw Xia Wendy, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Do you have Pavilion Master Snow's keepsake? I have a letter here. Can the two of you help me pass it to Pavilion Master Shui? I believe that Pavilion Master Shui will meet us after reading the letter. Yi Qinfeng took out a letter and said, Humph, you told us to send a message, so we sent a message to you. Who do you think you are? The two Misty Mountain disciples said somewhat arrogantly, Senior brothers, we really are old friends with Pavilion Master Shui. Please help us pass on a message. Xia, Wendy suddenly revealed an enchanting smile. She stuffed the two universe rings into the Misty Mountain disciples' hands. Her charming appearance immediately caused the two's eyes to widen. All right, for the sake of this junior sister, I'll take the trouble to pass on a message for you. However, I'm not sure if Pavilion Master Shui will meet you. The two of them controlled their souls and sent them into the universe ring. They found that there were 10,000 mid-grade heaven crystals in it. Furthermore, Xiao and Dai was too beautiful, which made them feel a little smug. In the end, a disciple of the Misty Heaven sect led Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo through the restrictions of the mountain gate and into the misty Immortal Mountain. So beautiful, this misty Immortal Mountain is truly beautiful. After entering the misty Immortal Mountain, Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy immediately felt a wave of dense heavenly spirit qi rush towards them. From afar, the misty Immortal Mountain was like a small world with countless spirit beasts flying in the sky. Among these spirit beasts, Yi Qinfeng saw several blue luan and red luan that were regarded as divine birds in the soul-fighting continent. There was even a divine bird with a long tail that looked like a phoenix flying in front of them, which shocked them. Our misty Immortal Mountain is the most famous Immortal Mountain in the Nihility Zone. There are countless beautiful sceneries in the mountain. The Cloud Dragon Waterfall on the left is even more famous in the Nihility Zone. There was once a rumor that a true dragon was born in the quiet pool under the Cloud Dragon Waterfall. The misty Immortal Mountain disciple pointed at a waterfall in the distance that was embedded in a crack. The waterfall was more than 1,000 feet high, passing through layers of clouds and falling down. He introduced it proudly. The sceneries in the Nihility Zone are indeed incomparable to those in the lower realm. It's too vast. Yi Qinfeng was also deeply awed by the beautiful sceneries in the misty Immortal Mountain. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy followed the misty Immortal Mountain disciple and climbed up thousands of stairs on a winding mountain path. After passing through a thin layer of restrictions, their eyes suddenly opened up and a new scenery appeared in front of them. The misty Immortal Mountain disciple looked at Xia Wendy with a burning gaze and said, This is the inner city of my misty Immortal Mountain sect. You're not my misty Immortal Mountain disciple and can only move around here. If Pavilion Master Shui doesn't summon you in 3 days, I will send you away. Xia Wendy revealed a charming smile and said in a soft voice, Then I'll leave everything to Senior Brother. As long as Pavilion Master Shui sees our letter, she will definitely come to see us. At that time, we will also put in a few good words for Senior Brother to Pavilion Master Shui. Her charming appearance and charming voice made the misty Immortal Mountain disciple feel like he was floating in the air. AI, sometimes the beauty trap does have some use. Looking at the misty Immortal Mountain disciple who was infatuated with Xia Wendy, Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Of course, this lady's charm is great. Xia Wendy's mouth slightly curled up as she said with a proud face, Let's go. We will find a place to stay and wait for Senior Shui. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy walked towards the beautiful inner city built on the Immortal Mountain. Although misty Immortal Mountain didn't lack beauties, Xia Wendy's appearance still caused quite a bit of commotion. Many disciples who came to the inner city to buy and sell cultivation resources noticed her. The phrase femme fatale is not wrong at all. Feeling the envious and hateful gazes from all around him, Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said in a somewhat speechless manner. As they walked, Yi Qinfeng saw a 3-story tall treasure house in front of them. It was built in an ancient style, and he immediately revealed a trace of interest. He walked over with Xia Wendy, wanting to see what was different about the treasure house of misty Immortal Mountain compared to the outside world. You aren't disciples of my misty Immortal Mountain sect, right? When Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy walked into the treasure house, a green-clothed man immediately walked over. Seeing their clothes, he asked in a low voice, "We are friends of Pavilion Master Shui. We were waiting for her here. When we were chatting, we would stroll around." Yi Qinfeng indifferently said, "So you are friends of Pavilion Master Shui." The green-clothed man's unhappiness disappeared without a trace. He revealed a faint smile and said, "You too. May I know what you want to buy?" "We're just strolling around." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng pulled Xia Wendy into the treasure house and strolled around. And rhino bracelet. Yi Qinfeng suddenly found a pair of rhino bracelets in the treasure house and felt a trace of interest. Rhino bracelet. It didn't have any offensive or defensive power, but it could allow 2 people to sense each other. As long as 2 rhino bracelets were in the same area, they could sense each other's location. How much are these rhino bracelets? Thinking that the heaven region was full of dangers, these rhino bracelets were more practical for him and Xia Wendy. Yi Qinfeng decided to buy this pair of rhino bracelets in case of emergency. A white-haired old man glanced at Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy and said slowly, "This pair of rhino bracelets is sold for 100,000 middle-grade heaven crystals." "Okay, I'll buy it." After extorting 10 million middle-grade heaven crystals from the Han clan, in addition to the heaven crystals obtained from killing, Yi Qinfeng had more than 12 million middle-grade heaven crystals. He could easily buy this pair of rhino bracelets. "I also like these rhino bracelets. I'll buy them." Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to pay 100,000 middle-grade heaven crystals to buy this pair of rhino bracelets, a domineering voice suddenly sounded. The next moment, a 1-star Dao master in a gorgeous robe with a feathered crown on his head slowly walked over. Under Xia Wendy's angry gaze, he grabbed the pair of rhino bracelets. Chapter 1558. "Hey, we took a fancy to this rhino bracelet. What right do you have to snatch it from us?" Xia Wendy glared at the man in luxurious robes who snatched the rhino bracelet away. Her face was filled with anger as she spoke. Because I'm an inner disciple of the Misty Heaven sect," the man in luxurious robes said arrogantly. "But if you really like this rhino bracelet, I can give you one. Here are 100,000 mid-grade heaven crystals. I'll buy the rhino bracelet." Yi Qinfeng understood the man's intention through his eyes. He took out 100,000 mid-grade heaven crystals and held them in front of him as he spoke indifferently. The white-haired old man did not take the 100,000 mid-grade heaven crystals from Yi Qinfeng and said slowly, "I'm sorry. Although you took a fancy to the rhino bracelet first, according to the rules of the Misty Heaven sect, inner disciples have the priority to buy it. Then, if he gives it to me, does that mean I can buy it?" Yi Qinfeng put away the 100,000 mid-grade heaven crystals and said indifferently, "Xing, have you lost your mind? Why should I give it to you?" The man in luxurious robes sneered and mocked. "Look at this." Yi Qinfeng took out a dark golden token from his Qian Kuan ring and asked. When he attracted the man's gaze, his eyes, which were as deep as the sea, shot out an illusory Xian-level Dao diagram. Streams of illusory power pierced through the man's eyes and instantly took control of his mind and consciousness. In the next moment, the man in luxurious robes suddenly knelt on the ground under everyone's shocked gaze. He kowtowed 3 times to Yi Qinfeng and said, "I didn't know Uncle's identity and have offended you. Please don't take offense." "Uncle." Hearing how the man in luxurious robes addressed Yi Qinfeng, everyone present was dumbfounded. There was an uproar as they all looked at the token in Yi Qinfeng's hand. However, Yi Qinfeng only flashed the token once and kept it in his Qian Kun mirror. None of the Misty Heavens sect disciples present saw the token. "Now, are you still going to snatch the rhino bracelet that I have my eyes on?" Yi Qinfeng said with his hands behind his back, as if he was lecturing a junior. I wouldn't dare. I know I was wrong," the man in the luxurious robe said in fear. "I will now buy this rhino bracelet for uncle and aunt." As he spoke, the man in luxurious robes got up from the ground and took out 100,000 mid-grade heaven crystals to buy the rhino bracelet. He then handed it to Yi Qinfeng with both hands. "Let's go, I have something to tell you," Yi Qinfeng ordered coldly. He wanted to take the man to a secluded corner and use the God-Eater brain to erase part of his memories to solve this problem. Wait. Suddenly a deep voice sounded. A middle-aged man in a dark golden robe with cloud patterns walked out of the back hall. He was a 6-star Dao master, and his hair was slightly white. He glanced at the bowing man and said, "Are you really Zhou Yun's uncle?" "What else could it be?" Yi Qinfeng asked with a calm expression. "Yes, illusion Dao insight." When the middle-aged man secretly sized up the man in luxurious robes, he suddenly noticed something. His face darkened instantly, and he said, "How dare you use the illusion Dao insight to control Zhou Yun's brain and consciousness and wait for an opportunity to humiliate him? Do you know you are guilty?" "I don't know what you are talking about." Yi Qinfeng did not expect that his trick would be exposed. However, he did not show a trace of panic on his face. He gently took Xiao Wendy's hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go somewhere else." "What? You want to leave after being exposed? Aren't you provoking the Misty Heaven sect too much?" The middle-aged man's face darkened. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, like a crashing volcano oppressing Yi Qinfeng. Word. Just when Yi Qinfeng was hesitating whether to resist or not, a clear voice came from afar and directly shattered the middle-aged man's aura. The next moment, everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes. A beautiful woman in a light blue dress with no makeup appeared in the treasure house, shocking everyone who was hesitating. Pavilion Master Shui. Looking at the elegant woman in front of them with a faint halo around her tall body, she looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Many people recognized her identity and stepped forward to greet her. Pavilion Master Shui, I am Yi Qinfeng, and I come from the same place as you. Looking at Shui Piao, who was as beautiful as Xiao Wendy but had a colder temperament, Yi Qinfeng lowered his voice and transmitted it into Shui Piao's ears. "I know. Let's go." Shui Piao nodded without any expression on her cold face. She was about to leave with Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. Pavilion Master Shui, Zhou Yun is an inner disciple of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion. He humiliated Zhou Yun like this. Shouldn't he give the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion an explanation? A cold voice came from the wooden stairs. A man in a snow-white robe, with skin as fair as a woman's and a clear scar at the corner of his eye, slowly walked down and said, "If your pavilion master wants an explanation, then come to the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion. I will give him an explanation." Shui Piao said domineeringly, "But you are not worthy." "You." The man in white didn't expect Shui Piao to be so sharp and not give him any face. His face instantly darkened. "Guardian Shui, those 2 bullies have gone too far. They humiliated this disciple in front of everyone. Guardian Shui, please give me justice." Zhou Yun, who had regained consciousness, came to the side of the man in white and rebuked Yi Qinfeng loudly. If you say one more word of nonsense, don't blame me for bringing Xue Mingxian to teach you a lesson." Xue Piaomiao's eyes revealed a trace of sternness as she coldly looked at Zhou Yun and warned, "What made junior sister Piaomiao so angry?" Xue Piaomiao used her powerful aura to intimidate everyone. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared without warning. "Greetings, Pavilion Master Xue." Seeing the person who had suddenly appeared, Zhou Yun and the man in white were overjoyed. They all went forward and bowed. Xue Mingxian, one of the 4 pavilion masters of the Snow Palace. Although he and Xue Piaomiao were both pavilion masters in terms of strength and foundation, he was far superior to Xue Piaomiao. Furthermore, the Sunset, Snow, Immortal Pavilion that he was in charge of had always been considered the #1 pavilion. Just a small conflict. Xue Piaomiao said indifferently, "Since junior sister Piaomiao doesn't want to say it, then you should say it." Xue Mingxian said with a faint smile. Xue Mingxian seemed to have an extraordinary temperament and was amiable. However, those who knew him well knew that he was definitely an extremely poisonous snake. As long as he was given the chance, he would definitely give a fatal blow. "It's the pavilion master." Zhou Yun's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. He added oil to the fire as he narrated the matter. "Junior sister Piaomiao, who are those two?" Xue Mingxian cast his gaze towards Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. Although he had seen countless women, when he carefully sized up Xia Wendy, he still had a kind of stunned feeling and showed a trace of interest in her. "They are the disciples that I am preparing to accept under my sect." Xue Piaomiao said indifferently, "Junior sister Piaomiao, this is where you are wrong. My Misty Heaven sect has strict rules for accepting disciples. Not just any cat or dog has the qualifications to become my Misty Heaven sect's disciple." Xue Mingxian said, "Junior sister Piaomiao, you wouldn't use your status to break the sect's rules, right? Don't worry about this. I will take them to the examination. Moreover, I am confident that they will pass the examination." Xue Piaomiao coldly replied. Xue Mingxian looked at Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy, who had suppressed their strength, to 4-star Dao Saint, and said with a light smile, "I have nothing to do. Why don't you let me accompany you? Let me see what is so special about junior sister's eyes, and why you insist on accepting these 2 pieces of trash under your sect." "All right, gee, let's go together." Yi Qinfeng didn't get angry and revealed a faint smile as he agreed. Xue Mingxian slightly frowned and then revealed a smile. However, there was a trace of viciousness in his eyes that disappeared in a flash. P.S. Today's picture of Xue Piaomiao. If you want to know what Xue Piaomiao looks like, add her on WeChat. Y1TY83. Remember the website. Sandwich Chinese Network. Chapter 1559. AI, you guys are a little reckless. The Misty Heaven Sect's test is not easy. Now that Xue Mingxian is here, with his personality, he might make things difficult for you and make it impossible for you to pass. Xue Piaomiao sighed softly as they headed towards the test grounds. She lowered her voice into a thin line and transmitted it into Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's ears. "Don't worry, Senior Xue, we won't embarrass you." Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up slightly, brimming with confidence. "I hope so." Sensing Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's strength, Xue Piaomiao felt that the chances of them passing the test were not high. "All right, the trial hall is just ahead. You guys wait for me here. I'll go talk to the trial hall elder and ask him to make an exception to open the trial hall." The group passed through the sea of clouds and arrived outside a majestic stone hall. When they arrived outside, Xue Mingxian instructed and flew into the stone hall. "Humph, after offending the first pavilion master, you guys still want to stay in the Misty Heaven sect? Too naive." Zhou Yun, who came to watch the show, snorted coldly and gloated in his heart. After a while, the tightly shut stone door slowly opened. An old man in a white robe with a face full of wrinkles appeared. He glanced at the group and said, "Who is here to take the test?" "Us," Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy said in unison. Good, come in. The white-robed old man's eyes swept over Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy as he said in a low voice, AI, you guys better be careful. Don't be careless. Xue Piaomiao sighed softly. Based on her understanding of Xue Mingxian, it was not easy for him to enter the trial hall early. He would definitely find a way to make things difficult for Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy, making it impossible for them to pass. Don't worry, Senior Xue, we will be careful, Yi Qinfeng said with a light smile. There was not a trace of nervousness on his face. Ah, a newborn calf. Although Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were able to ascend to the heaven region, they were definitely geniuses amongst geniuses in their world. However, the heaven region was different from other powers. The starting point here was too high. The geniuses that were born here were as numerous as carps crossing the river. She was still worried for Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. If you want to become a disciple of my Misty Heaven sect, then you must pass 3 tests. They are respectively the test of strength, the test of reaction, and the test of Tao insight. I heard from Mingxian that all of you want to directly become disciples of the Misty Heaven sect. So the difficulty of your tests will be higher than ordinary people. All of you better be mentally prepared, the white-robed old man said without a trace of emotion. Elder Su, I just want to take them in as ordinary disciples of my Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. There's no need to raise the difficulty. Xue Piaomiao knew that there were many difficulties in the trial hall. If it was the final difficulty, it was impossible to pass without the strength of a Tao master. Junior sister Piaomiao, you're wrong. If the 2 of them don't even have the courage to challenge a higher level of difficulty, how can they join our Misty Heaven sect? Although our Misty Heaven sect is powerful, we won't raise useless people. Xue Mingxian said. Well, it's settled then. Which one of you will take the test first? The white-haired old man and Xue Mingxian had a good personal relationship, so he didn't give Xue Piaomiao a chance and said in a low voice, I'll go first. Xia Wendy and Yi Qinfeng communicated with each other through voice transmission, then slowly walked to the front of the white-haired old man and said, Come, follow me. With that, the white-haired old man brought Xia Wendy to the strength test room of the trial hall and chopped down on a huge dim crystal stone that looked like a crystal. At this time, Xia Wendy's shadow was reflected in a smooth mirror. Her every move during the test would be reflected in this mirror. Humph! You've offended the first pavilion master, and you still want to stay in the Misty Heaven sect? You're dreaming. Zhou Yun snorted in his heart and said, When I drive you out of the Misty Heaven sect, I'll kill you and let you know the consequences of offending me. Zhou Yun wasn't the only one who didn't have high hopes for Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. Even Xue Piaomiao and the others didn't have high hopes for them. In their opinion, with Xue Mingxuan's strength and status, it was too easy for him to play Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy to death. The strength test is divided into 6 levels. The lowest level is white, followed by yellow, blue, green, purple, and red. Your strength must be able to make this trial stone emit a blue light in order to pass the test. The white-robed old man said coldly, Remember, you only have 1 chance. If you fail, you won't be able to take the next test. Okay. Xia Wendy nodded and began to accumulate strength. After refining the spirit source, Xia Wendy's body had undergone a qualitative change. Although her physical strength was not as strong as Yi Qinfeng's, it was still stronger than ordinary saint beasts. Ha! A thunderous roar burst out from her mouth. She took a step forward, and over 200 million gene of strength poured into her white fist as she punched the trial stone. In the next moment, a dark green light was emitted from the crystal. Green! How is this possible? With his strength as a 4-star Tao Saint, how can he have such strength? Seeing the dark green light reflected from the mirror, everyone present was stunned. Xue Mingxuan's face turned gloomy. He realized that he had provoked Xia Wendy. Very good. Your strength is not bad. Follow me to the next trial room. The white-robed old man also revealed a surprised expression. He secretly sized up Xia Wendy and brought her to the trial room that tested her reaction speed. The next test is your reaction speed. In other words, you have to think of a way to prevent the flying arrows from hitting your body in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you are hit by more than 3 flying arrows in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you will fail. The white-robed old man simply told Xia Wendy the rules of the test and left the trial room. He also intentionally increased the difficulty of the reaction speed test. Swish, 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 swish. Arrows as long as a finger flew out from every corner of the trial room, attacking Xia Wendy's body at an extremely fast speed. Although Xia Wendy had suppressed her strength, her consciousness and reaction speed were at the level of a 4-star Dao Master. In addition, Yi Qinfeng had taught her the sword steps. Using the sword steps that could instantly increase her speed, Xia Wendy moved around in the training room, easily dodging the attacks of the flying arrows one after another. Looking at Xia Wendy's relaxed posture, the white-robed old man frowned slightly. He had increased the difficulty of the test again, but it still did not affect Xia Wendy. Slowly, the time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. Xia Wendy was not hit by a single arrow and easily passed the reaction speed test. What amazing insight and reaction speed. Shui Piaomiao's eyes lit up. She did not expect Xia Wendy to be so outstanding. She immediately became greedy. The expressions of Shui Mingxian and the others became even more gloomy, especially Shui Mingxian. He was even more furious in his heart. If he was still driven out of the Misty Heaven sect by Wu Fan and Yi Qinfeng, he would surely lose all face. Very good. So long as you pass the final Dao Insight test, you'll be a disciple of the Misty Heaven sect. The white-haired old man revealed a surprised expression. He repeatedly sized Xia Wendy up, but did not see anything wrong with her. He brought her to the final trial room and arrived before a smooth mirror. Press your hand on the trial mirror. If you can persist for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn and not suffer a backlash from the trial mirror, you'll pass. The white-haired old man said. An ordinary person only had to persist for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to pass, but the white-haired old man had forcefully increased the difficulty by 2 times. Xia Wendy nodded. She walked up to the trial mirror and placed her hand on the glossy surface. In the next moment, the trial mirror projected a large amount of Dao Insight light that instantly swallowed Xia Wendy. The trial mirror contained terrifying Dao Insight, but Xia Wendy had comprehended the quintessence Dao Steel and had comprehended the Dao Insight to the profound gray Dao diagram realm. So the Dao Insight in the trial mirror was unable to affect her in the slightest. The Dao Insight that surged into her body was easily resolved by her, and in the process of resolving it, she also deepened her comprehension of Dao Insight. In next to no time, the time for an incense stick to burn passed. Xia Wendy, who was enveloped in the light of Dao Insight, was awakened by the white-haired old man. It's over just like that, Xia Wendy said as she wished to continue, causing the white-robed old man to be rather speechless. Remember the website, Sanwu Chinese Network, Chapter 1560, 1 second, little Shua section net. Org, wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Shui Mingxian, can I take her as my disciple? A charming smile appeared on Shui Piaomiao's cold face. She didn't expect that Xia Wendy would give her such a big surprise. She could wait for an opportunity to defeat Shui Mingxian. This girl is really good. Shui Mingxian showed a thought-provoking smile. He looked at the trial test hall and saw Xia Wendy and the white-robed old man slowly walking over. Girl, I wonder if you're interested in joining the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion. If you are willing, I can make an exception and take you as my disciple. I will give you unimaginable cultivation resources and help you break through to the Tao Master Realm in the shortest time. Xue Mingxian suddenly threw an olive branch to Xia Wendy. Well, Xue Mingxian, you want to compete with me for a disciple? Xue Piamiao said with a pale face, the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion is the top pavilion in the Snow Palace. I think you know the benefits of joining us. Xue Mingxian said with a smile, if you are willing to join us, I will give you a low-grade, true spirit saint weapon. Xue Piamiao knew how tempting a low-grade, true spirit saint weapon was. Even as the pavilion master, she only had 2 low-grade, true spirit saint weapons. Thank you for your kindness, but I will only join the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion. Xia Wendy shook her head and refused without hesitation. Girl, don't you want to think about it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Others can't get it even if they beg for it. Xue Mingxuan's face turned cold instantly. He didn't expect that Xia Wendy would heartlessly refuse such a great temptation. No. Xia Wendy shook her head and said, well, I hope you won't regret it. Xue Mingxuan's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He turned around and left. When he turned around, he secretly transmitted a message to the white-robed old man, asking him to raise the difficulty of the trial test to the highest level. He couldn't let Yi Qinfeng pass the test, no matter what. Now it's my turn. Yi Qinfeng warmed up his body and said with a calm expression, come with me. The white-robed old man and Xue Mingxian quickly exchanged a look and led Yi Qinfeng to the trial room. Be careful. Xue Piamiao looked at Yi Qinfeng's tall and straight back and warned him with a voice transmission. She was slightly worried. Do you see the trial stone in front of you? You have to make it emit a red light to pass. The white-robed old man didn't introduce the stone to Yi Qinfeng as he coldly said, all right. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Standing before the trial stone, he took a deep breath and the energy in his 5 acupoints erupted. As he punched out, the air in front of him was directly crushed by the astonishing power. His fist, which was close to 700 million kilograms, fiercely smashed into the trial stone. Ka ka ka. In the next moment, cracks spread across the surface of the trial stone. Endless red light shone from the cracks, so bright that it was hard for anyone to open their eyes. F*CK, what did I just see? That guy broke the trial stone with a single punch. Is this guy even human? The toughness of the trial stone is comparable to a mid-grade saint artifact. Could it be that his fist is stronger than a mid-grade saint artifact? Witnessing the scene in front of them through the mirror, everyone present was stunned. They widened their eyes and couldn't believe what they were seeing. So powerful. How can he, an ascender from the lower realm, have such strength? What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have in the lower realm? After seeing the power of Yi Qinfeng's punch, Xue Piamiao was completely relieved. She finally knew the source of Yi Qinfeng's confidence. Elder, I don't have to pay for breaking this trial stone, right? Yi Qinfeng looked at the white-robed old man whose pupils had shrunk and was dumbfounded. He smiled and said deliberately, no need. The white-robed old man took a deep look at Yi Qinfeng and spat out 2 words fiercely. He brought him to the second trial room to test Yi Qinfeng's reaction. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, if you are not hit by the flying arrows, you will pass. As long as you are hit by 1 flying arrow, you will fail. The white-robed old man said coldly. He left the trial room and raised the difficulty of the test to the highest level. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, thousands of flying arrows were shot at Yi Qinfeng from all directions. They were so dense that they almost sealed off all his dodging space. Damn it, this is the most difficult test. Xue Piamiao was furious as she glared at Xue Mingxian. Junior sister Piao Miao, don't look at me like that. I am just a spectator like you. Elder Su is the examiner, Xue Mingxian said with a faint smile. In his opinion, with Yi Qinfeng's strength as a 4-star Dao Saint, it was impossible for him to pass the most difficult test. However, the next scene shocked him. Yi Qinfeng used the time rules of order. Using the profound time ultimacy, he flashed rapidly in the narrow space and dodged the flying arrows. Because of the time rules of order, Yi Qinfeng's movement speed was very strange in the eyes of outsiders. His erratic movements were dazzling. Very quickly, the time it took for a stick of incense to burn passed. The densely packed flying arrows did not even touch the corner of his clothes. Yi Qinfeng passed the reaction test very easily. It's over? I haven't even sweated yet. Yi Qinfeng looked at the white-robed old man whose face was as gloomy as water and said deliberately, "Let's go. I'll bring you to the last trial room. If you can pass the Dao Insight test, you will become a disciple of the Misty Heaven sect." The white-robed old man said coldly. He brought Yi Qinfeng to the Dao Insight trial room and stood under the Dao Insight mirror. "Remember, as long as you can withstand for 30 minutes and don't get devoured by the Dao Insight mirror, you will pass the test," the white-robed old man warned coldly and raised the power of the Dao Insight mirror to the limit. "All right, you can start the test." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed old man stood closely at the side. Yi Qinfeng pressed down on the Dao Insight mirror with a single hand and instantly felt 4 extremely formidable spirit rank Dao diagrams appear within the Dao Insight mirror, and they spilled boundless energy of Dao Insight that assaulted Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng didn't utilize any Dao Insight when facing the attacks of the 4 great spirit rank Dao diagrams, and he merely relied on his formidable physical strength to resist. When the Dao Insight that assaulted Yi Qinfeng gushed into his arm, it was instantly minced into pieces by his over 50 million kilograms of strength, and it was utterly incapable of harming Yi Qinfeng in the slightest. How could this be possible? How could he possibly resist the attacks of the Dao Insight mirror with his strength at the 4th star Dao Saint realm? Everyone present was shocked once more when they saw Yi Qinfeng withstanding the test of the Dao Insight mirror with a relaxed expression. On the other hand, Xue Piaomiao's cold and beautiful face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. She suddenly had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng and Xiao Wendy were the best gift given to her by the heavens, and they'd come to help her get out of this situation. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 1561. 1 second little say section. Org. It was a wonderful free read. The Dao Intent mirror cracked. Oh my God, who the hell is this guy? He's too crazy. Witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng cracking the Dao Intent mirror, the entire trial hall was filled with gasps. Zhou Yin was unable to accept this fact as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Cheating, he must be cheating. It's impossible for him to be so powerful with his strength. Zhou Yin, if you dare to slander me again, don't blame me for being impolite," Xue Piaomiao warned coldly. Xue Mingxian concealed the sternness in his eyes as he slowly said, "Junior sister Piaomiao, there's definitely something wrong with him. I don't believe that with his strength at the 4-star Dao Saint realm, he has the strength to consecutively crack the trial stone and the Dao Intent mirror." Xue Mingxian, aren't you a little too petty? Xue Piaomiao retorted, "You're the one who proposed the trial. Now that my 2 disciples have passed the trial, you suspect that they cheated. Do you think that you can do whatever you want in the Misty Heaven sect?" Junior sister Piaomiao, don't be angry. Xue Mingxian wasn't angry when he met Xue Piaomiao's furious gaze. He said indifferently, "As long as he can prove that he didn't cheat, I'll agree to let him become a disciple of the Misty Heaven sect." "You!" Xue Piaomiao was furious. "Senior Xue, don't be angry. Since he wants me to prove it, then I'll prove it to him." At this moment, Yi Qinfeng walked out with the gloomy white-robed old man. Xue Mingxian looked at Yi Qinfeng with a sharp gaze and said coldly, "How do you want to prove it?" "Use strength to prove it." A shocking strength suddenly erupted from Yi Qinfeng's body. "Although my cultivation isn't high, I've already cultivated my body to the level of an ordinary saint beast. I wonder if any of you are willing to test my strength?" Sensing Yi Qinfeng's gaze drifting towards him, Zhou Yun hurriedly lowered his head. Feeling the pressure emanating from Yi Qinfeng's body, he didn't doubt that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from Yi Qinfeng. It was even more likely that he would be blown apart by a single punch. In this way, you're using pure strength to resist the test of the mirror of Dao insight, and you aren't using Dao insight to resist it. Xue Mingxian guided him patiently. Pavilion Master Xue's meaning is that my comprehension of Dao insight is insufficient, and I'm not qualified to become a disciple of the Misty Heaven sect. Yi Qinfeng was extremely astute, and he saw through the deep meaning in Xue Mingxuan's words. Exactly. Our Misty Heaven sect doesn't need pure body refinement trash. If you use pure strength to pass the test of the mirror of Dao intent, then it's cheating. Xue Mingxian nodded and spoke sternly. Pavilion Master Snow, what do you think of my comprehension of Dao insight? As he spoke, the illusory, profound, grade Dao diagram floated above his head. Illusory, profound, grade Dao diagram. When he saw Yi Qinfeng had actually cultivated the illusory Dao insight to the profound, grade Dao diagram realm, Xue Mingxuan's face sank, and his only excuse was mercilessly crushed by Yi Qinfeng. Pavilion Master Snow, do you still doubt me now? Yi Qinfeng lightly smiled as he looked at Xue Mingxian, whose eyes twitched violently. You're really not bad. Xue Mingxuan's gloomy and cold gaze looked at Yi Qinfeng as he fiercely spat out 4 words, and then he left with the disciples of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion in a slightly sorry state. Let's go! We're returning to the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. Even though Xue Piaomiao was extremely happy in her heart as she looked at Xue Mingxuan's departing figure, her eyes still revealed a trace of worry. She summoned an enormous red-crowned crane that had a wingspan of over 10 meters and rowed it towards the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion in the depths of the Sea of Clouds. All of you gave me a great surprise today and allowed me to hold my head high for once. However, Xue Mingxian is not a simple person. All of you have offended him, so you must be careful of his revenge. Xue Piaomiao solemnly exhorted. Especially Wendy, you must be even more careful of him. I feel that the way he looks at you is a bit strange. If there's nothing else, don't leave the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. Yes, Senior Xue. Wendy's expression slightly tensed as she nodded. Senior Xue, is your relationship with Xue Mingxian very bad? Yi Qinfeng asked. Sai, it's all because of ambition. Xue Piaomiao sighed softly and said, the Misty Heaven sect is divided into 4 great palaces, and they are the Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon palaces. The 4 palaces each have their own factions, and my Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion is one of the 4 great immortal pavilions under the Snow Valley. Originally, my relationship with Xue Mingxian was quite harmonious, but now our palace master has cultivated to the limit of a 3-star Dao Emperor, and needs a long period of closed-door cultivation to break through to become a 4-star Dao Emperor. Once he breaks through, he will be qualified to become an elder of the Misty Heaven sect, so the position of Palace Master will be vacant. And under the temptation of the Palace Master, Xue Mingxuan's ambition has grown to the extreme, and he has been constantly suppressing our 3 palaces. Because Xue Mingxuan's talent is better than ours, and he broke through to become a 2-star Dao Emperor before us, and with his extraordinary means, the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion became the leader of the 4 pavilions, and he is the most likely to inherit the position of Palace Master. But if he becomes the Palace Master, it will definitely bring disaster to our 3 pavilions, so we have been thinking of a way to save ourselves. Senior Xue, is the Misty Heaven sect just going to watch the 3 of you fight among yourselves and do nothing? Yi Qinfeng asked, puzzled. Sigh. Our Misty Heaven sect has been declining since ancient times, and we have always wanted to rise again. But how difficult is that? So our sect master is very willing to see competition, and only competition can stimulate our potential. With the Misty Heaven sect's current situation, what we need is wolves, not sheep. Xue Piamiao sighed softly and said, So if Xue Mingxian can suddenly rise, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, the Misty Heaven sect is willing to do it. What a cruel cultivation law! Yi Qinfeng sighed. There is no other way. If our Misty Heaven sect can't rise again, perhaps in the near future we will be swallowed by other forces. Xue Piamiao shook her head and said, The cruelty of the Qingyan realm is not something you can imagine. Many talented ascenders couldn't adapt to the cruel rules and were quickly eliminated. While speaking, the red-crowned crane passed through the sea of clouds and layers of restrictions and came to a mountain range. Surrounded by the mountain range, there were many buildings that were carved by God and waterfalls, spiritual bamboo, fairy ponds, and strange stones intersected with each other, just like a fairyland. Here we are. This is my Bishue Immortal Pavilion. Xue Piamiao pointed at the fairyland in front of them and said, From now on, you are the disciples of my Bishue Immortal Pavilion. You will cultivate here well, and strive to break through to the Tao Master Realm as soon as possible. Yes, Yi Qinfeng nodded, and didn't tell Xue Piamiao their real realms. However, in Yi Qinfeng's mind, he wanted to help Xue Piamiao become the palace master of the Snow Palace. Only when Xue Piamiao's status rose could he have the opportunity to enter the depths of the Misty Heaven sect and find the ancient secret place that Yi Wuji told him about. Screech! Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 1562. 1 second little say section. Org. Wonderful. No pop-up window free reading. Master. Seeing Xue Piamiao jump off the crane, several young and beautiful girls in pale yellow martial arts suits stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Chengfeng, Wendy, they are my new disciples. From now on, they will be cultivating in my Bishue Immortal Pavilion. Xue Piamiao nodded and introduced Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. Congratulations, Master. The disciples of the Bishue Immortal Pavilion glanced at Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy and stepped forward to congratulate her. Senior Xue, are most of the disciples in the Bishue Immortal Pavilion female? Yi Qinfeng asked as he looked around the picturesque Bishue Celestial Pavilion and discovered that all the girls in the pavilion were female disciples. Yes, my Bishue Immortal Pavilion is different from other immortal pavilions. Except for you, all of the disciples here are female. Xue Piamiao nodded and said, But I believe in your character and value your potential more. I believe that you can bring me even greater surprises. All right, Hong Shi, bring Chengfeng and Wendy to the White Cliff Courtyard. From now on, the White Cliff Courtyard will be your place of cultivation. After you settle down, I will ask Hong Shi to bring you to the Preaching Cliff and the Treasure Cliff tomorrow to choose suitable cultivation techniques and weapons for you. Xue Piamiao called over a tall and beautiful woman who was wearing a fiery red martial arts suit. She walked like a ball of fire and instructed, Thank you, Senior Piamiao. Although Yi Qinfeng was Xue Piamiao's disciple after joining the Bishue Immortal Pavilion, he was unwilling to call Xue Piamiao master, and Xue Piamiao didn't mind. Chengfeng, Wendy, I am Master's eldest disciple. You can call me Senior Sister Hong or Senior Sister from now on. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me directly. As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely help you solve it. On the way to the White Cliff Courtyard, Hong, she spoke very enthusiastically and won the favor of Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. Thank you, Senior Sister. Xia Wendy revealed 2 cute little dimples and said sweetly, Buzz, buzz, when Red Brook brought Yi Qinfeng duo to the edge of a precipitous cliff. A a series of ear-piercing sword cries suddenly entered their ears. Through the slowly drifting clouds, Yi Qinfeng saw a tall woman wearing a long blue dress. She held a long sword in her hand and was performing a sword dance in the sea of clouds. Streaks of sharp sword light were like blooming flowers, surging in all directions, riddling the sea of clouds on the cliff with thousands of holes. While she was wielding her sword, the sound of waves could be heard from her graceful body from time to time, as if there was a vast river hidden within her body. Eldest senior sister, who is she? Although Xia Wendy's talent was quite good, and she had refined the spirit source, and her strength was even more astonishing, when she saw the woman in the sea of clouds, she instinctively felt inferior. In addition, the blue-robed woman's appearance did not lose out to hers, causing her to feel curious. She is our third junior sister Yu Lanxin, the number 1 genius of our Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. She is also the pride of our master. Junior sister Yu already has 1 foot in the 1-star Dao Emperor realm. Red Brook softly introduced. Wang. As she spoke, the ear-piercing cry of a sword entered the ears of Yi Qinfeng and the others. Yu Lanxin's figure flashed, like a divine sword unsheathed from its scabbard. She appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng and the others. When she saw Yi Qinfeng, her incomparably cold face clearly revealed a trace of emotion. She icily asked, "Eldest senior sister, who is he? Why has he appeared in my Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion?" "Junior apprentice sister Yu. He is a disciple that master has just accepted. He is our junior apprentice brother." Red Brook faintly smiled. "A male disciple that master accepted?" Yu Lanxin revealed a look of surprise. She sized up Yi Qinfeng several times. Suddenly, a sharp sword light shot out from her body, cutting towards Yi Qinfeng with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. This attack could be said to be extremely sudden. In addition, Yu Lanxin's strength was extraordinary. It was nearly impossible for a master of the same level to guard against it. But with the God-Eater Brain's deduction, Yi Qinfeng was able to easily grasp the trajectory of Yu Lanxin's sword. He quickly stretched out a finger and pointed at it. The crisp sound of something breaking echoed through the air. Yi Qinfeng's finger was filled with the strength of several 100 million genes. Although he broke Yu Lanxin's unexpected attack, he still pretended to take 3 steps back. "You're not bad." Yu Lanxin's icy cold eyes shined with a brilliant light. She deeply looked at Yi Qinfeng and then turned to leave. "Qinfeng, Wendy, don't mind her. Although third junior apprentice sister is a bit cold, she's still a good person. When my Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion's people are bullied, it's usually third junior apprentice sister who takes action to seek justice for us." Red Brook admired Yu Lanxin. "All right, in front of us is White Cliff Courtyard. From now on, you can cultivate here. Early tomorrow morning, I'll bring you to Dao Inheritance Cliff and Treasure Pavilion to choose cultivation methods and weapons." Red Brook undid the spells around White Cliff Courtyard, spoke a few words, and then left. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." Looking at the courtyard that was built on the edge of the cliff and planted with many white cedar trees, Yi Qinfeng was very satisfied with the environment. He walked in with Xia Wendy. What a rich spiritual energy. There's a spirit gathering array in this courtyard. After entering White Cliff Courtyard, Yi Qinfeng immediately felt a rich spiritual energy rush towards him. There was a spirit gathering array hidden in the courtyard, constantly gathering spiritual energy that didn't disperse for a long time. Late at night, stars dotted the sky and clouds slowly drifted in the wind. Yi Qinfeng calmed his heart, absorbing the pure spiritual energy of the heavens. As he cultivated the ether's secret art, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside, revealing a look of surprise. He gently waved his right hand and undid the spells around the room. Then he called in Xia, Wendy, who had been pacing back and forth outside. "Matzi, do you need something from me?" Yi Qinfeng softly asked as he looked at Xia Wendy. Xia Wendy was wearing a long gauze dress, and her body was faintly discernible. She gave off a feeling that she was half hugging a peepa and half covering her face. "I've come to offer my body." Xia Wendy gently bit her lips and looked into Yi Qinfeng's eyes. She took a deep breath and gently raised her head. "What? Offer your body?" Yi Qinfeng's expression froze. His eyes widened as he asked with a look of surprise, "You've been provoked." "Yes, this lady has been provoked." Xia Wendy nodded her head and said, "After sending to the heaven domain, I realize that I'm not good at everything. I'm also being targeted by people, and I don't know when an accident will happen. Rather than giving my most precious first time to some random cat or dog, I'd rather give it to you. At least you won't be so annoying." "Matzi, is this your attitude of offering your body?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and teased, "Do you think I'll accept any random cat or dog?" "You, what do you mean?" Xia Wendy was angry and valiantly said, "Am I that ugly? Is it something you can't accept? I don't care. This lady must offer her body today. You have no choice but to agree." Saying this, Xia Wendy angrily walked in front of Yi Qinfeng. But when she saw Yi Qinfeng's eyes staring at her faintly discernible twin peaks, her delicate face flushed red. "Matzi, I know what you're worried about, but I can guarantee you that no one in the heaven domain can harm you, not even the Tao Lord." Yi Qinfeng looked at Xia Wendy, whose eyes were flickering as she struggled with her thoughts, and softly promised. "Really?" Xia Wendy's eyes lit up. "Really?" Yi Qinfeng nodded his head and said without hesitation, "Now, are you still considering offering your body?" As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng extended his arms and embraced the rosy cheeks of Xia Wendy into his embrace. "You big pervert, let go of me." Xia Wendy felt her heart beat faster. She coquettishly struggled out of Yi Qinfeng's embrace and said, "This lady has changed her mind. I won't offer my body." After she finished speaking, Xia Wendy was like a frightened rabbit as she fled as fast as she could. Chapter 1562. Never know what regret is early in the morning. The gentle sunlight shone through the window and woke up Yi Qinfeng from his cultivation. After cultivating the art of the ether for a night, Yi Qinfeng had basically comprehended the art of the ether. He had also grasped the first form of the art of the ether's reproduction, ether's seal. "Matzi, did you have a good rest last night?" Yi Qinfeng took a simple bath in his room, changed into a set of clean clothes, and walked out of the wooden house. He saw Xia Wendy, who was wearing a white martial art suit, looking valiant without losing her charm, waiting for him in the courtyard. "None of your business." Xia Wendy rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng. "Why, are you still angry?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and said jokingly, "How about this? I'll give you another promise. The next time you want to offer your body, I will definitely not reject you. You, give, me, go, die." Xia Wendy's delicate cheeks immediately flushed red. She angrily said, "Damn pervert, if you dare mention what happened last night again, I won't forgive you." Okay, I won't talk about it anymore." Seeing Xia Wendy's angry appearance, Yi Qinfeng didn't laugh at her anymore. He waited with her in the courtyard for a while until Hongxi arrived. They rode on a red-crowned crane and left the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. They went to the depths of the misty Immortal Mountain, where there was a 10-foot-tall treasure pavilion. It was built like a pagoda and bathed in restrictive light. She pointed at the treasure pavilion in front of them and said, "The treasure pavilion is in front of us. Our Misty Immortal sect has a total of 4 treasure pavilions. They are located in the 4 palaces and belong to the 4 palace masters. Senior sister, are there any rules when we go to the treasure pavilion?" Xia Wendy asked. "No. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can take away any treasure in the treasure pavilion." She said. "Contribution points." Xia Wendy frowned slightly. "Don't worry, Master has already given you 10,000 contribution points. It's enough for you to choose a suitable top-grade sacred artifact. Hong, she said, let's go in. After saying that, Hong, she led Yi Qinfeng and the other two to the pagoda-shaped treasure pavilion. Senior sister, who is that? After passing through the restrictive barrier and arriving at the bottom of the treasure pavilion, Yi Qinfeng was surprised to see an old man bound in chains in a remote corner of the treasure pavilion. His body was covered in a thick layer of dust, and his beard touched the ground. There wasn't a trace of spiritual qi on his body. Although Yi Qinfeng could not sense the old man's aura, he still felt a strong sense of danger from him when he saw him. Hence, he sent a voice transmission to Xiaoqin. I don't know who he is either. When I came to the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion, he already existed. Even Master doesn't know his identity. We all call him Sin or Die. Hong, she said, after speaking. Hong, she led Yi Qinfeng and Xiaoqin through a thin layer of restrictions and entered the treasure pavilion to pick out treasures. Although there was no lack of true spirit sacred artifacts in the treasure pavilion, they required too many contribution points. 10,000 contribution points were only enough for Yi Qinfeng and Hong she to choose 2 top-grade sacred artifacts of good quality. After the selection, Xia Wendy chose a piece of red silk that was a top-grade sacred artifact, while Yi Qinfeng chose a pair of boxing gloves that could amplify 10% of his strength. Hey, isn't this junior sister Hongxi? Why do you bring your disciples here to choose treasures? When Yi Qinfeng and Hong she had just finished choosing treasures, a sarcastic voice sounded behind them. A 5-star Dao master in a black martial arts suit walked over slowly with 2 disciples. He had an extraordinary bearing and was a 5-star Dao master. Let's go and choose my treasures. Let's go back. Hong, she didn't even look at the black-clothed man and was about to leave with Yi Qinfeng and Hong Shi. Hong Shi, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The black-clothed man reached out to stop her and said, if you agree to be my dual cultivation partner, you can choose any of the true spirit sacred artifacts here. Fu Tao, I've already said that I'm not interested in you. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Hong, she looked at the self-righteous black-clothed man and said coldly, but I'm interested in you. Fu Tao looked at Hong Shi with scorching eyes and said, when he saw Xia Wendy standing behind Hong Shi, the light in his eyes became even more dazzling, as if he wanted to see through Xia Wendy. This junior sister is... The more Fu Tao looked at Xia Wendy, the more he liked her. Although Hong Shi was very beautiful, he found that Hong Shi was inferior to Xia Wendy in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament when she stood beside Xia Wendy. He quickly changed his target and said, with a smile that he thought was very handsome. Xia Wendy glanced at Fu Tao coldly and directly ignored him. She was about to leave with Hong Shi and Yi Qinfeng. Junior sister, don't be so anxious. Fu Tao quickly stood in front of Xia Wendy and said, Junior sister, do you want a true spirit sacred artifact? If you ask, I'll give it to you. Get out. Before Xia Wendy could say anything, Yi Qinfeng opened his mouth and cursed in front of everyone. Damn it, where did this bastard come from? How dare he insult me? Fu Tao was a trusted follower of Xue Mingxian, relying on Xue Mingxuan's reputation. He was arrogant and domineering. He glared at Yi Qinfeng and said fiercely, Buzz. When he was about to threaten Yi Qinfeng with his identity, 2 illusory Xian-level Dao diagrams appeared in Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes. Endless illusory Dao meaning directly penetrated his eyes and instantly controlled his brain and consciousness. Kneel down, Yi Qinfeng said coldly. Plop. As soon as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, Fu Tao, a 5th-level Dao master, knelt on the ground like a pug under the gazes of many pairs of dumbfounded eyes. Bark like a dog. Yi Qinfeng continued. Woof, woof, woof. A series of lifelike barks came out of Fu Tao's mouth, causing many people to burst into laughter. Boy, you're courting death. Seeing Yi Qinfeng humiliating Fu Tao in public and provoking the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion, The people of the pavilion of Sunset Snow were furious. They all burst out powerful auras and locked onto Yi Chinfeng, ready to teach him a lesson. All of you kneel down as well. Although the disciples of the pavilion of Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion were powerful, their understanding of Tao meaning was too shallow. They could not withstand the erosion of the illusory Xian-level Tao diagrams. As their brain and consciousness were controlled, they knelt there like dogs like Fu Tao. Junior brother, the people of the pavilion of Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion are not to be trifled with. Let's leave quickly. Although the scene in front of her was very satisfying, she knew how overbearing the pavilion of Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion was. She did not dare to stay any longer and left the treasure pavilion with Yi Chinfeng. Stop! All of you, stop right there. After losing the control of the illusory Tao meaning, Fu Tao and the others instantly regained their clarity. When they saw themselves kneeling on the ground like dogs, they were furious and quickly chased after them. What happened? A deep voice sounded in the slowly floating sea of clouds. A 6th-level Tao master in a white martial arts suit appeared outside the treasure pavilion, riding a golden eagle. Second senior brother, you must uphold justice for us. Looking at the man with a strong aura who jumped off the golden eagle, Fu Tao and the others were overjoyed. They scolded Yi Chinfeng and the others for their crimes. Well, is junior brother Fu telling the truth? Hearing Fu Tao's complaint, the white-robed man's face darkened. He looked at Yi Chinfeng and the others and said coldly, Shui Yugong, don't you know what kind of person Fu Tao is? If he was not unreasonable first, we would not have taught him a lesson. She was afraid that Yi Chinfeng and the others would be at a disadvantage. So she stood in front of them and said firmly, It seems that it is true. Shui Yugong's face darkened instantly. He pointed at Yi Chinfeng and said, Well, I will not bully you. Break your own legs and crawl out of here, then I will let you go. Otherwise, I promise you will regret it. Regret? Yi Chinfeng smiled and retorted, I've grown up, but I've never known what regret is. Amazing but full and charming figure. WeChat public, Mainmeng 22. Press for 3 seconds to copy. You know it, I know it too. Chapter 1563. A genius remembers everything in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Early in the morning, the gentle sunlight shone through the window and woke up Yi Chinfeng from his cultivation. After cultivating the art of the azure skies for a night, Yi Chinfeng had basically comprehended the art of the azure skies and mastered the first form of the azure sky seal. Matzi, did you have a good rest last night? Yi Chinfeng took a simple bath in his room, changed into a set of clean clothes, and walked out of the wooden house. He saw Xiao Wendy, who was wearing a white martial arts suit, looking valiant without losing her charm, waiting for him in the courtyard. None of your business. Xiao Wendy rolled her eyes at Yi Chinfeng. What, are you still angry? Yi Chinfeng smiled and joked. How about this? I'll give you another promise. The next time you want to give yourself to me, I won't reject you. You. Give. Me. Go. Die. Xia Wendy's delicate cheeks immediately flushed red. She angrily said, Stinking pervert, if you dare to mention what happened last night again, I won't forgive you. Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. Seeing Xia Wendy's angry appearance, Yi Chinfeng didn't laugh at her anymore. He waited with her in the courtyard for a while until she arrived. They rode on the red-crowned crane and left the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. They went to the depths of the misty Immortal Mountain, where there was a 10-foot-tall treasure pavilion. It was built like a pagoda and bathed in the light of restrictions. Up ahead is the treasure pavilion. Our Misty Heaven sect has a total of 4 treasure pavilions. They are located in the 4 palaces and belong to the palace masters of the 4 palaces. She pointed at the treasure pavilion in front and introduced softly. Eldest senior sister, are there any rules for choosing treasures in the treasure pavilion? Xia Wendy asked. No, As long as you have enough contribution points, you can take away any treasure in the treasure pavilion. Hong, she said. Contribution points. Xiao Wendy frowned slightly. Don't worry. Master has already allocated 10,000 contribution points for all of you. It's enough for all of you to choose a suitable top-grade saint artifact in the treasure pavilion. Hong, she said, let's go in. Saying this, Hong, she led Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo towards the pagoda-shaped treasure pavilion. Eldest senior sister, who is that person? Passing through the restriction, Yi Qinfeng arrived at the bottom of the treasure pavilion. To his surprise, he saw an old man bound in chains at a far corner of the treasure pavilion. His body was covered in a thick layer of dust, and his beard was so long that it touched the ground. There was not a single trace of spirit energy ripple coming from him. Although he couldn't sense the old man's aura, Yi Qinfeng still felt a strong sense of danger from him when he saw him. So he asked through voice transmission, I don't know who he is either. When I came to the Bishus Celestial Pavilion, he already existed. Even Master doesn't know his identity. We all call him Sin or Die. Red Stream said. Saying this, Hong, she led Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo through a thin restriction and entered the treasure pavilion to choose treasures. Although there was no lack of true spirit saint artifacts in the treasure pavilion, they required too many contribution points. 10,000 contribution points were only enough for Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo to choose 2 top-grade saint artifacts of good quality. After the selection, Xia Wendy chose a piece of red silk that was a top-grade saint artifact, while Yi Qinfeng chose a pair of boxing gloves that could amplify 10% of his strength. Hey, isn't this junior sister Hongxi? Why do you bring your disciples here to choose treasures? Just as Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo finished choosing treasures, a sarcastic voice came from behind them. A 5-star Dao master in a black martial arts suit walked over slowly with 2 disciples. He had an extraordinary bearing and was a 5-star Dao master. Let's go and choose my treasures. Let's go back. Hong, she didn't even look at the man in black and was about to leave with Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo. Hong, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The man in black reached out to stop her and said, If you agree to be my dual cultivation partner, you can choose any of the true spirit saint artifacts here. Hong, she looked at the self-righteous man in black and said coldly, Fu Tao, I've already said that I'm not interested in you. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude to you. But I'm interested in you. Fu Tao looked at Hong, she with scorching eyes. When he saw Xia Wendy standing behind Hong, the light in his eyes became more dazzling, as if he wanted to see through Xia Wendy. This junior sister is... The more Fu Tao looked at Xia Wendy, the more he liked her. Although Hong, she was very beautiful, he found that Hong, she was inferior to Xia Wendy in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament when she stood beside Xia Wendy. He quickly changed his target and said with a smile that he thought was very handsome. Xia Wendy coldly glanced at Fu Tao and directly treated him as heir. She followed Hong Shi and Yi Qinfeng and was about to leave. Junior sister, don't be so anxious. Fu Tao quickly stood in front of Xia Wendy and said, Junior sister, do you want a true spirit saint artifact? If you ask, I'll give you one. Scram! Without waiting for Xia Wendy to speak, Yi Qinfeng opened his mouth and insulted her in front of everyone. Mother *her, where did this trash come from? How dare you insult me? Fu Tao was Xuemingxuan's trusted aide. Relying on Xuemingxuan's tiger skin, he was arrogant and domineering. He glared at Yi Qinfeng and said fiercely, Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he was about to use his identity to threaten Yi Qinfeng, 2 large illusory Dao diagrams appeared in Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes. Endless illusory Dao intent directly penetrated his eyes, instantly taking control of his brain and consciousness. Kneel! Yi Qinfeng said coldly. Plop! As soon as Yi Qinfeng's voice fell, Fu Tao, a 5th-level Dao master, knelt on the ground like a pug under the gazes of many pairs of almost dull eyes. Bark like a dog, Yi Qinfeng continued. Woof, woof, woof. A series of vivid barks came out of Fu Tao's mouth, causing many people to burst into laughter. Boy, you're courting death. When the people of the Pavilion of Sunset Snow found that Yi Qinfeng humiliated Fu Tao in public and provoked the Pavilion of Sunset Snow, they were immediately enraged. They released powerful auras and locked onto Yi Qinfeng, ready to teach him a lesson. You all kneel down too. Although the disciples of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion had extraordinary strength, their comprehension of Tao intent was too shallow, and they couldn't withstand the erosion of the profound illusion Tao diagram at all. As their minds and consciousnesses were controlled, they were like Fu Tao, kneeling there like dogs. Junior brother, the people of the Pavilion of Sunset Snow are not to be trifled with. We'd better leave quickly. Although the scene in front of her was very satisfying, she knew how overbearing the Pavilion of Sunset Snow was. She did not dare to stay any longer and left the treasure pavilion with Yi Qinfeng. Stop, all of you stop right there. After losing the control of the illusory Tao intent, Fu Tao and the others instantly regained their clarity. When they saw themselves kneeling on the ground like dogs, they were instantly furious and quickly chased after them. What happened? A deep voice sounded in the slowly floating sea of clouds. A man in a white martial arts suit, a 6th-level Tao master who was riding a golden eagle, appeared outside the treasure pavilion. Second senior brother, you must uphold justice for us. Seeing the man with a strong aura jumping off the golden eagle, Fu Tao and the others were overjoyed and scolded Yi Qinfeng and the others for their crimes. Well, junior brother Fu, are you telling the truth? Hearing Fu Tao's complaints, the white-robed man's face darkened. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and the others and said coldly, Shui Yugong, don't you know what kind of person Fu Tao is? If he hadn't been unreasonable first, we wouldn't have taught him a lesson. She was afraid that Yi Qinfeng and the others would be at a disadvantage, so she stood in front of them and said firmly, It seems that it's true. Shui Yugong's face darkened instantly. He pointed at Yi Qinfeng and said, Well, I won't bully you. Break your own legs and crawl out of here. Then I'll let you go. Otherwise, I promise you'll regret it. Regret? Yi Qinfeng smiled and said tit for tat, I've never known what regret is in my life. P.S. Red envelope for 5 updates. Press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 1564. A genius remembers everything in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Early in the morning, the gentle sunlight shone through the window and woke up Yi Qinfeng from his cultivation. After cultivating the art of the azure skies for a night, Yi Qinfeng had basically comprehended the art of the azure skies and mastered the first form of the azure sky seal. Matzi, did you have a good rest last night? Yi Qinfeng took a simple bath in his room, changed into a set of clean clothes, and walked out of the wooden house. He saw Xia Wendy, who was wearing a white martial arts suit, looking valiant without losing her charm, waiting for him in the courtyard. None of your business. Xia, Wendy rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng. What, are you still angry? Yi Qinfeng smiled and joked. How about this? I'll give you another promise. The next time you want to give yourself to me, I won't reject you. You. Give. Me. Go. Die. Xia Wendy's delicate cheeks immediately flushed red. She angrily said, Stinking pervert, if you dare to mention what happened last night again, I won't forgive you. Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. Seeing Xia Wendy's angry appearance, Yi Qinfeng didn't laugh at her anymore. He waited with her in the courtyard for a while until she arrived. They rode on the red-crowned crane and left the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion. They went to the depths of the misty Immortal Mountain, where there was a 10-foot-tall treasure pavilion. It was built like a pagoda and bathed in the light of restrictions. Up ahead is the treasure pavilion. Our Misty Heaven sect has a total of 4 treasure pavilions. They are located in the 4 palaces and belong to the palace masters of the 4 palaces. Hong, she pointed at the treasure pavilion in front and introduced softly. Eldest senior sister, are there any rules for choosing treasures in the treasure pavilion? Xiao Wendy asked. No. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can take away any treasure in the treasure pavilion. Hong, she said. Contribution points. Xiao Wendy frowned slightly. Don't worry. Master has already allocated 10,000 contribution points for all of you. It's enough for all of you to choose a suitable top-grade saint artifact in the treasure pavilion. Hong, she said, let's go in. Saying this, Hong, she led Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo towards the pagoda-shaped treasure pavilion. Eldest senior sister, who is that person? Passing through the restriction, Yi Qinfeng arrived at the bottom of the treasure pavilion. To his surprise, he saw an old man bound in chains at a far corner of the treasure pavilion. His body was covered in a thick layer of dust, and his beard was so long that it touched the ground. There was not a single trace of spirit energy ripple coming from him. Although he couldn't sense the old man's aura, Yi Qinfeng still felt a strong sense of danger from him when he saw him. So he asked through voice transmission, I don't know who he is either. When I came to the Bishua Celestial Pavilion, he already existed. Even Master doesn't know his identity. We all call him Sin or Die. Red Stream said. After Hong, she finished speaking. She led Yi Qinfeng and Xiao Chen through a thin layer of restrictions and entered the treasure pavilion to pick out treasures. Although there was no lack of true spirit saint artifacts in the treasure pavilion, they required too many contribution points. 10,000 contribution points were only enough for Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo to choose 2 top-grade saint artifacts of good quality. After the selection, Xia Wendy chose a piece of red silk that was a top-grade saint artifact, while Yi Qinfeng chose a pair of boxing gloves that could amplify 10% of his strength. Hey, isn't this junior sister Hongxi? Why do you bring your disciples here to choose treasures? Just as Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo finished choosing treasures, a sarcastic voice came from behind them. A man in a black martial arts suit with an extraordinary bearing and strength at the level of a 5-star Dao master slowly walked over with 2 disciples. Let's go and choose my treasures. Let's go back. Hong, she didn't even look at the man in black and was about to leave with Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo. Hong, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The man in black reached out to stop her and said, If you agree to be my dual cultivation partner, you can choose any of the true spirit saint artifacts here. Hong, she looked at the self-righteous man in black and said coldly, Fu Tao, I've already said that I'm not interested in you. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude to you. But I'm interested in you. Fu Tao looked at Hong, she with scorching eyes. When he saw Xia Wendy standing behind Hong, the light in his eyes became more dazzling, as if he wanted to see through Xia Wendy. This junior sister is... The more Fu Tao looked at Xia Wendy, the more he liked her. Although Hong, she was very beautiful, he found that Hong, she was inferior to Xia Wendy in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament when she stood beside Xia Wendy. He quickly changed his target and said with a smile that he thought was very handsome. Xia Wendy coldly glanced at Fu Tao and directly treated him as heir. She followed Hongxi and Yi Qinfeng and was about to leave. Junior sister, don't be so anxious. Fu Tao quickly stood in front of Xia Wendy and said, Junior sister, do you want a true spirit saint artifact? If you ask, I'll give you one. Scram! Without waiting for Xia Wendy to speak, Yi Qinfeng opened his mouth and insulted her in front of everyone. Mother *her, where did this trash come from? How dare you insult me? Fu Tao was Xuemingxuan's trusted aide. Relying on Xuemingxuan's tiger skin, he was arrogant and domineering. He glared at Yi Qinfeng and said fiercely, Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he was about to use his identity to threaten Yi Qinfeng, 2 large illusory, profound, grade Dao diagrams appeared in Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes. Endless illusory Tao intent directly penetrated his eyes and instantly took control of his brain and consciousness. "Kneel," Yi Qinfeng said coldly. Plop. As soon as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, Fu Tao, who was a level 5 Tao master, knelt on the ground like a pug under the gazes of many pairs of dumbfounded eyes. "Bark like a dog," Yi Qinfeng continued. "Woof, woof, woof." A series of vivid barks came out of Fu Tao's mouth, which made many people burst into laughter. "Boy, you're courting death." Seeing Yi Qinfeng humiliating Fu Tao in public and provoking the Evening Snow Immortal Pavilion, the people of the Evening Snow Immortal Pavilion were furious. They all burst out powerful auras and locked onto Yi Qinfeng, ready to teach him a lesson. "You all kneel down too." Although the disciples of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion had extraordinary strength, their comprehension of Tao intent was too shallow, and they couldn't withstand the erosion of the profound illusion Tao diagram at all. As their minds and consciousnesses were controlled, they were like Fu Tao, kneeling there like dogs. "Junior brother, the people of the Evening Snow Immortal Pavilion are not to be trifled with. We'd better leave quickly." Although the scene in front of her was very satisfying, she knew how overbearing the Evening Snow Immortal Pavilion was. She did not dare to stay any longer and left the Treasure Pavilion with Yi Qinfeng. "Stop! All of you, stop right there." After losing the control of the illusory Tao intent, Fu Tao and the others instantly regained their clarity. When they saw themselves kneeling on the ground like dogs, they were furious and quickly chased after them. What happened? A deep voice sounded in the slowly floating sea of clouds. A level 6 Tao master in a white martial arts suit appeared outside the Treasure Pavilion, riding a golden eagle. "Second senior brother, you must uphold justice for us." Seeing the man with a strong aura jump off the golden eagle, Fu Tao and the others were overjoyed and scolded Yi Qinfeng and the others for their crimes. "Well, Junior brother Fu, are you telling the truth?" Hearing Fu Tao's complaints, the white-robed man's face darkened. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and the others and said coldly, "Shui Yugong, don't you know what kind of person Fu Tao is? If he wasn't being unreasonable, we wouldn't have taught him a lesson." She was afraid that Yi Qinfeng and the others would be at a disadvantage, so she stood in front of them and said firmly, "It seems that it's true." Shui Yugong's face darkened instantly. He pointed at Yi Qinfeng and said, "Well, I won't bully you. Break your own legs and crawl out of here. Then I'll let you go. Otherwise, I promise you'll regret it." "Regret?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and said tit for tat, "I've never known what regret is in my life. P.S. Asking for a red packet. By the way, Shui Piaomiao's photo has been posted. If you want to see it, please add us on WeChat. YLTY83. Mobile users, please browse them. Read for a better reading experience. 1998's Big-Breasted Girl, Natural Beauty Video. WeChat, Mainmeng22. Press for 3 seconds to copy. You know it, I know it too. Chapter 1565. Shui Sali. Seeing this gray-clothed man suddenly appear in front of Shui Yugong, Yulanqin's beautiful eyes flashed with a thick fighting spirit. She said, "Since you want him to receive 2 of my swords, I'll help you." Net. As Yulanqin spoke, her body moved. Because her speed was too fast, she instantly transformed into 2 afterimages, weaving a dazzling attack that cut toward Shui Sali. Junior apprentice Sister Yu is truly skilled. Although Yulanqin's sword was extremely fast and she had simultaneously transformed into several fleets that confused the mind, Shui Sali was still extremely strong. No one could compare with him in terms of insight. His eyes were as sharp as lightning as he locked onto Yulanqin's attack. He gently waved his arms, forming ripples of energy that easily shattered Yulanqin's attack. This Shui Sali is truly worthy of being called Snow Palace's #1 genius. His strength isn't simple at all. Although Yi Qinfeng hadn't fought with Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind, he could feel from Xue Sali's strength that his overall combat strength wasn't much lower than Heavenly Emperor Howling Wind's. He was absolutely a genius that could jump ranks to kill enemies. Title Shadow Sword. Yu Lanxin's pupils shrank. Her foot tapped the ground, and she leapt into the air, instantly splitting into 6 figures. All of them attacked at the same time, interweaving sword scars that cut through space, attacking Xue Li. Facing Yu Lanxin's third move, Xue Sali couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. His hands rapidly formed seals, instantly forming several extremely powerful hand seals that blocked off the space in front of him, forcefully resisting Yu Lanxin's title Shadow Sword. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of deafening explosions sounded out. Xue Sali's hand seals shattered. As for Yu Lanxin's title Shadow Sword, it also vanished. Although the two of them seemed evenly matched, everyone knew that Yu Lanxin's strength was inferior to Xue Sali's. Just by looking at him easily breaking through her attack, one could see just how deep his background was. Junior apprentice Sister Yu, have you cooled down now? Xue Sali held his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face as he spoke. I will definitely surpass you. Yu Lanxin gazed deeply at Xue Li. Then she summoned a giant crane and brought Yi Qinfeng and the others away from the treasure pavilion. Thank you, third senior apprentice sister, for standing up for us. Xia, Wendy softly thanked the equally beautiful Yu Lanxin. If I were you, I wouldn't provoke the people of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion if I knew I wasn't strong enough. Yu Lanxin glanced at Yi Qinfeng, her voice as cold as ice. That would be very stupid. Thank you for your help, Senior Sister Yu. However, if they continue to slander the Bishua Celestial Pavilion, I will still target them. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. The only one who will suffer is you. Yu Lanxin said, and you won't be able to win any glory for my Bishua Immortal Pavilion. Maybe. Yi Qinfeng didn't argue with her. Are you going to the Dao Inheritance Cliff now? Yu Lanxin asked. Honorable Master told me to bring Junior Brother Qingfeng and Junior Sister Wendy to the Dao Inheritance Cliff today. Red Brook nodded. I have nothing to do today, so I'll accompany you. The cold-mouthed but warm-hearted Yu Lan Exan said. She rode the immortal crane, passing through layers upon layers of clouds and spells, entering the depths of misty Immortal Mountain and arriving at a steep cliff. On the opposite side of the cliff was a wall of light as smooth as a mirror. This wall of light was the Dao Inheritance, heavenly wall of the Misty Heaven sect. The Misty Heaven sect's selection of cultivation methods was different from the outside world. One had to rely on one's own strength to choose. In other words, one had to pour their own comprehension of the Dao into the Dao Inheritance, heavenly wall. The Dao Inheritance heavenly wall would automatically reproduce a cultivation method. The deeper one's comprehension of the Dao Inheritance heavenly wall, the higher grade of cultivation method one would obtain. For example, Yu Lanxin had obtained a high-grade, true spirit saint skill from the Dao Inheritance heavenly wall, the Blue Tide art. Red Brook explained the rules of the Dao Inheritance Cliff in detail to Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. After paying several thousand contribution points, they waited patiently on the Dao Inheritance Cliff. As Yi Qinfeng and the others were waiting for the other disciples to pass on their cultivation methods, an ear-piercing bird cry rang out, breaking the tranquility of the Dao Inheritance Cliff. Many disciples revealed angry expressions. They looked up and saw Xue Li riding a golden eagle. The unhappiness on their faces immediately disappeared. Although Snow Palace was only one of the 4 palaces of the Misty Heaven sect, their number 1 genius, Xue Li, was extremely famous. The other 3 palaces' disciples didn't dare to provoke him, much less provoke him. Yu Lanxin coldly swept her eyes over Xue Li, her complexion becoming a bit ugly. She guessed that Xue Li had come to watch the show. Once, Yi, Chenfeng, and Xia Wendy obtained a low-grade cultivation method. He would use this opportunity to attack them in front of the other 3 palaces and shame the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion. I don't know what your comprehension of the Tao meaning is, but remember, you must do your best. Do not lose face for my Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion, Yu Lanqin exhorted with a sound transmission. Don't worry, 3rd senior apprentice sister, we won't lose face for the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion. Xia, Wendy softly promised, revealing a charming smile. As for Yi Chinfeng, although he didn't speak, his face was brimming with confidence, making one feel at ease. I hope so. Yu Lanqin sized up Yi Chinfeng and Xia Wendy several times, waiting in silence. She wanted to see just what was so special about these 2 people that her honorable master had taken special care of and made an exception to accept into the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion. As Yi Chinfeng and Xia Wendy waited, they discovered that many Misty Heaven sect disciples had obtained their own cultivation methods from the Tao inheritance, Heavenly Wall. But because these disciples didn't have a deep comprehension of the Tao meaning, the highest cultivation method they obtained was only a low-grade, true spirit saint skill. Around 2 hours later, it was finally Yi Chinfeng and Xia Wendy's turn. After some discussion, the eager Xia Wendy walked ahead of Yi Chinfeng to the deepest part of the Tao inheritance cliff. From a close distance, she could see the mysterious Tao inheritance heavenly wall. Who? Taking a deep breath, Xia Wendy quickly deduced the Tao meaning. 3 profound level Tao diagrams slowly rose from her body. What? 3 profound level Tao diagrams? With her strength as a 4-star Tao saint, how could her comprehension of the Tao meaning be so deep? Heavens! When did such a genius appear in the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion? Looking at the 3 profound level Tao diagrams above Xia Wendy's head, everyone present was deeply shocked, and one after another, the sound of inhaling could be heard. It seems I misjudged her. I didn't think she would be a genius no weaker than Yu Lanqin. Xue Lanyi revealed a smile as if she had found her prey. She had a strong interest and desire to conquer this beautiful Xia Wendy. Not bad, not bad. Honorable Master's vision is fierce. If Xia Wendy could cultivate 3 profound level Tao diagrams, that meant the cultivation method she obtained wouldn't be bad. At this time, Yu Lanqin's eyes turned to the calm and steady Yi Chinfeng. Suddenly, she felt a trace of curiosity towards him, a trace of anticipation. She wanted to know just how deep his potential was. Remember the website address. Sanwu Chinese Network. Chapter 1566. Hugh. Xia Wendy took a deep breath. She divined the 3 profound level Tao diagrams to the limit and poured them into the Tao imparting heavenly wall, activating the strange ancient runes within. Hunt Literature Network suddenly. A dazzling light shined from the heavenly wall, illuminating the world and causing the onlookers to cry out in alarm. Heavens, what a bright light! Could it be that the Tao imparting heavenly wall is about to give birth to a high-grade, true spirit saint art? It's very likely to be a high-grade, true spirit saint art. This is a major event that will shake the entire sect. Seeing Xia Wendy bathing in the white light, the entire Tao imparting cliff exploded into an uproar. Some people had already spread the news, attracting even more people to come. It looks like I'll have to reveal some secrets. Yi Chinfeng originally wanted to hide his secrets, but he had developed a strong interest in the Tao imparting heavenly wall. If he could obtain a high-grade, true spirit saint art, it would increase his strength even further. After half an incense stick of time, the white light from the Tao imparting heavenly wall began to dim. A jade slip shrouded in white light shot out from the wall, rapidly flying towards Xia Wendy. When Xia Wendy reached out and grabbed the jade slip, the information on the jade slip immediately appeared on the massive wall of light. High-grade, true spirit saint art. Soaring firmament scripture. Heavens, it really is a high-grade, true spirit saint art. If I remember correctly, a high-grade, true spirit saint art hasn't appeared in dozens of years. Last time, the high-grade, true spirit saint art was obtained by Yulanxin of the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion. I didn't think that after dozens of years, the second high-grade, true spirit saint art would also be obtained by someone from the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion. I heard that the pavilion masters of the Misty Heaven Sect's 4 pavilions are fighting for the position of Snow Palace Master. Pavilion Master Mingxian should have been in the bag, but now it looks like there will be a change. Seeing the information on the Tao imparting heavenly wall, the entire Tao imparting cliff exploded into an uproar once more. The disciples of the Misty Heavens sect began to fiercely discuss this. Interesting, this little girl is mine. Shui revealed a cold smile, her interest in Xia Wendy growing even stronger. Amazing. Windai, you really gave me a big surprise. You have to know that in the entire Misty Heaven sect, the number of people who have obtained a high-rank true spirit saint art can be counted on one hand. My Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion has 2 people who have obtained a high-rank true spirit saint art. Master will definitely be very happy if she knows. Hong, she revealed a charming smile, sincerely feeling happy for Xia Windai. The frosty Yulan Xian also smiled at this time, giving Xia Wendy a few words of encouragement. Chengfeng, it's all up to you now. If you can also obtain a high-grade, true spirit saint art, the status of my Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion will definitely be greatly improved. Thinking about how Yi Qinfeng was the only male disciple that Shui Piamiao had accepted, and how Xia Wendy had created a miracle, Red Brook had great expectations for him. Eldest senior sister, I wonder if there is a top-grade, true spirit saint art in the Tao imparting heavenly wall. Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment before asking, top-grade, true spirit saint technique. Red Brook's eyes widened. At this time, Yulan Xan also cast her gaze towards Yi Qinfeng, her beautiful eyes bursting with a brilliant light. There is, Yulan Xan said, according to the ancient records, an ancestor of my Misty Heaven sect once obtained a top-grade true spirit saint art in the Tao imparting heavenly wall. But that was several hundred years ago. That's good. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath. He decided to reveal a part of his secret and try to obtain a top-grade true spirit saint art from the Tao imparting heavenly wall. Chengfeng, you wouldn't want to obtain a top-grade true spirit saint art, would you? Redbrook asked, suppressing her shock. I'll try my best. After he finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng walked towards the Tao imparting heavenly wall. Although Yi Qinfeng's words were vague, Yulan Xan could still hear a trace of confidence in his voice. Her cold face couldn't help but reveal a deep interest. Another disciple of the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion has arrived. He won't also create history, right? Humph! Do you think creating history is so easy? Moreover, he's only a 4-star Tao Saint. An old Misty Heaven sect disciple coldly snorted. But he had forgotten that Xia Wendy's performance was only that of a 4-star Tao Saint. Standing at the Tao imparting heavenly wall, Yi Qinfeng slowly closed his eyes. The God-Eater brain began to rapidly deduce the Tao imparting heavenly wall, perceiving the truth and falsehood of the Tao imparting heavenly wall. Suddenly, deep within the Tao imparting heavenly wall, his soul force, which was amplifying tens of thousands of times per second, sensed a ball of white light. Although the God-Eater brain couldn't deduce the truth and falsehood of this white ball of light in a short period of time, he had a feeling that the Tao imparting heavenly wall's saint arts and saint skills were related to this white ball of light. What is that fellow doing? Why is he standing at the Tao imparting heavenly wall in a daze? That's right. Doesn't he know that the Tao imparting heavenly wall has a time limit? Seeing Yi Qinfeng silently standing at the foot of the Tao imparting heavenly wall, many people revealed puzzled expressions. But even more people revealed mocking expressions. Does Qin Feng want to waste this opportunity? She calculated the time and became even more anxious. If Yi Qin Feng didn't make a move, he would lose this opportunity. Eldest senior brother, what do you think that Xing is doing? Shui Yugong looked coldly at Yi Qin Feng and said mockingly, I think he doesn't want to lose face in front of us and is deliberately wasting this opportunity. Shui Ti snorted and mocked. Just when everyone thought that Yi Qin Feng had given up this opportunity, the Xian Life and Death Tao diagrams, Xian Heaven Earth Tao diagrams, Xian Five Elements Tao diagrams, Xian Heavenly Tao diagram, and Xian Illusion Tao diagrams all came out of his body and entered the Tao, imparting heavenly wall under his control. What? Am I seeing things? 5 great Xian Tao diagrams, and 3 of them have fused into the Xian Tao diagrams? How did this fellow cultivate? Heavens, when did 2 monsters appear in the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion? The Ethereal Heavenly Palace's disciples saw the 3 great Xian Tao diagrams, but they didn't realize that the Xian Heavenly Tao diagram was the most difficult and the most powerful one to cultivate. How could this be? Seeing Yi Qin Feng summon the 5 great Xian Tao diagrams, Shui Ti's smile froze. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The Tao imparting heavenly wall had fused with the 5 great Xian Tao diagrams. It was like a sun that had fallen into the mortal world, emitting a blinding light that made it hard for people to open their eyes. Golden Sword Soul, go! As the disciples of the Tao imparting cliff were covering their eyes, the golden sword soul flew out of Yi Qin Feng's spiritual sea at several times the speed of light and entered the Tao imparting heavenly wall, piercing straight towards the white sphere of light. What was that golden light just now? I didn't see it clearly. The golden sword soul flew too fast. Even Shui Ti and the other disciples weren't able to see through it. But Yulan Xan, who focused on the sword Tao, was able to sense it. As she looked at Yi Qin Feng, her expression changed. Can he really obtain a top-grade, true spirit saint art? Yulan Xan felt a trace of anticipation towards Yi Qin Feng. After a dozen breaths of time, the white light shining from the Tao imparting heavenly wall gradually dissipated. The golden sword soul rapidly returned to Yi Qin Feng's spiritual sea. But besides the golden sword soul, not a single jade slip flew out of the Tao imparting heavenly wall. This left the ethereal heavenly sect's disciples puzzled. As the Tao imparting cliff was abuzz with discussion, a line of dark golden characters attracted everyone's attention. Top-grade true spirit saint art, ethereal sword scripture. Seeing these words hanging from the Tao imparting heavenly wall, everyone was stunned silly. The noisy Tao imparting cliff fell silent. Remember the website address. 3-5 Chinese Network. Chapter 1567. He really did it. A top-grade true saint art. Where did Honorable Master find these 2 monstrous geniuses? 8. Chinese. 8. 1. Z. 1. COM. Yulan Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. She never thought that Yi Qin Feng would really obtain a top-grade true saint art. The golden sword soul has finally transformed into a golden sword soul. The moment that the golden sword soul fused into his spiritual sea, Yi Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that not only was the Misty Sword Scripture's cultivation formula engraved within the golden sword soul, but it had also completed its final transformation, transforming into an even more formidable golden sword soul. Although he didn't know just how strong a golden sword soul was, he had a feeling that its striking power was no weaker than a medium-grade, true saint artifact. It would become one of his greatest trump cards. Motherf asterisk Ker, how is this possible? How could he have obtained a top-grade true saint art? Looking at the ancient characters floating above the heavenly wall of imparting Tao, Shui Li couldn't calm his heart for a long time. Although he was known as the #1 genius of Snow Palace, he had only obtained a medium-grade true saint art in the heavenly wall of imparting Tao. Thus, when he saw Yi Qinfeng, who was far weaker than him, obtain a top-grade true saint art, he couldn't accept this fact, and his heart burned with jealousy. Two senior apprentice sisters, let's go back. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the gloomy Xue Qi from the corner of his eye. Then he leaped onto the huge red-crowned crane and flew away under the gazes of astonishment, shock, anger, and jealousy. Let's go. We'll return and tell Honorable Master this news, so he can prepare ahead of time. Xue Li took a deep breath, suppressing the jealousy in his heart and riding his golden eagle away. As for Yi Qinfeng obtaining the Misty Sword Scripture and Xia Wendy obtaining the Soaring Firmament Scripture, the news spread like wildfire through the entire Misty Heaven sect. What? Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy obtained a top-grade True Saint art and a high-grade True Saint art from the Heavenly Wall of Imparting Tao? After hearing this news, Xue Mingxuan's complexion darkened. His deep eyes emitted a terrifying light. Xue Piaomiao, I have underestimated your means. In order to compete with me for the position of Palace Master of Snow Palace, you actually found two outside helpers. Xue Mingxian said with a gloomy face, I admit that they are talented, but do you think I will give them time and space to grow? Xue Mingxian had a strong killing intent towards Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy. In order to avoid any accidents, Xue Mingxian wanted to find a chance to get rid of the two of them and eliminate all future troubles. Qingfeng, Wendai, go and rest. Today, you've won such a great honor for my Bishue Immortal Pavilion. I think Master will definitely reward you handsomely. After returning to the Bishue Immortal Pavilion, Hong, she let Yi Qinfeng and Luo Yinyang rest, while she reported the events of the day to Xue Piaomiao. After returning to the White Cliff Courtyard, Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy immediately went into seclusion to research the true spirit sacred art they had obtained from the imparting cliff. I wonder if the Misty Sword Codex is related to the ancient mystery. Although Yi Qinfeng hadn't discovered the truth behind the white ball of light in the imparting heavenly wall, he had a feeling that the ancient mystery of the Misty Heaven sect might be related to the imparting heavenly wall. However, his current strength was far too weak. Even if he knew where the ancient mystery was hidden, it was impossible for him to obtain it with his current strength, unless the torch dragon awoke to help him. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinfeng calmed his heart. He controlled the god-devouring brain and began to study the Misty Sword Codex's cultivation mantras within the Golden Sword Soul, attempting to cultivate it. The Misty Sword Codex was a saint art that used the sword as its foundation. It contained three great offensive true spirit sacred skills: the Misty True Extreme Sword, the Misty Ancient Extreme Sword, and the Misty Great Tao Sword. Of the three, the Misty Great Tao Sword's attack power had reached the limit of a top-grade true spirit sacred skill. With a single slash of the sword, even an ordinary Tao Emperor Master would find it difficult to block. Besides these three great offensive true spirit sacred skills, the Misty Sword Codex also recorded many insights into the Sword Tao. It was extremely precious. On the second day after Yi Qinfeng studied the Misty Sword Codex in silence, Yulanqing came alone. Third, senior apprentice sister, how come you're here? Looking at Yulanqing, who was wearing a long blue dress and had an incomparably cold temperament, giving off an unapproachable feeling, Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled and asked, I came today for two reasons. The first reason is that Honorable Master asked me to bring 60,000 contribution points to Junior Apprentice Brother Yi and Junior Apprentice Sister Xia as a reward for yesterday. The second reason is that I wonder if Junior Apprentice Brother Yi is willing to share the Misty Sword Codex with me. Yulanqing didn't avoid the question and stared straight at Yi Qinfeng. You can refuse. Senior Apprentice Sister is a genius of the Sword Tao. Of course, I am willing to share the Misty Sword Codex with Senior Apprentice Sister. Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled. I won't take advantage of you. I will share the Blue Tide art with you. A rare smile appeared on Yu Lanqin's cold face. No need. If Senior Apprentice Sister is truly grateful to me, then help me obtain some top-quality saint swords. Although the blue-tide art was a high-level art, it wasn't very useful to Yi Qinfeng. What he urgently needed right now was a large number of top-quality saint swords to increase the power of the universe sword array. How many do you need? Yu Lanqin asked, a trace of surprise in her eyes. The more the better. Yi Qinfeng wasn't polite at all. I have 20 top-quality saint swords on main. Is that enough? With a thought, Yu Lanqin summoned all the top-quality saint swords she had on her and gave them to Yi Qinfeng. Senior Apprentice Sister, if I were to use contribution points to exchange at the Treasure Pavilion, how much would a top-quality saint sword cost? Yi Qinfeng asked. A top-quality saint sword is not cheap. A top-quality saint sword is not below 5,000 contribution points. Yu Lanqin said. 5,000? That's a lot. Although Yu Lanqin had brought 60,000 contribution points, this was only enough to exchange for 12 top-quality saint swords. This was far from the 200 that Yi Qinfeng needed. Senior Apprentice Sister, what is the fastest way to earn contribution points? Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and asked, accept sect missions. The more difficult the mission, the more contribution points you will receive. However, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, although your talent is extraordinary and your comprehension of the Tao meaning is extremely deep, your cultivation is still too low. I suggest that you consider how to cultivate to the Tao sovereign realm in a short period of time. Yu Lanqin said in a clear voice, don't worry, third Senior Apprentice Sister. I am confident that I can break through to the Tao sovereign realm within 3 years. Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled and confidently said, 3 years? To break through from a 4-star Tao saint to a 1-star Tao sovereign in 3 years was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But as she thought of Yi Qinfeng's repeated miracles, Yu Lanqin felt that perhaps he had the strength. Senior Apprentice Sister, if you have time, let's begin studying the misty sword scripture. I've just started cultivating it, and there are many areas that I don't understand. I might as well ask Senior Apprentice Sister for guidance. Yi Qinfeng lowered his posture and softly said, all right. Yu Lanqin nodded. She also wanted to experience this top-quality, true spirit saint art that hadn't appeared for countless years. She wanted to see just how mysterious it was and just how powerful it was. Whoa! A dazzling golden light broke out from Yi Qinfeng's spiritual sea, shining with a dazzling light as it floated in front of him and Yu Lanqin. Gold Sword Soul. Looking at the gold sword soul at such a close distance, Yu Lanqin felt her soul tremble. She was well aware of what it meant to cultivate a gold sword soul. She knew that her own attainments in the Tao of the sword were extraordinary, but compared to Yi Qinfeng, she found that the difference was far too great. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng had unreservedly revealed the gold sword soul to her, allowing her to comprehend it. This would allow her to obtain great harvests. She was extremely grateful to him. However, her personality was too cold, and she didn't say many words of gratitude. Even so, she would always remember this kindness in her heart. Chapter 1568. Time passed day by day. 8. 1 Chinese network. 1. 8. 1. Z. 1. Com. The misty sword scripture was extremely profound and profound. It deeply attracted Yu Lanqin, causing her to live in the White Cliff courtyard without any hesitation. She spent every day with Yi Qinfeng, studying the misty sword scripture. Looking at the two of them together, Xia Wendy suddenly felt uncomfortable in her heart. But she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She could only curse Yi Qinfeng in her heart and find a chance to teach him a lesson. Soon a month passed. With Yi Qinfeng and Yu Lanqin working together, they had comprehended the misty sword scripture. Their comprehension of the sword Tao had deepened, and they had grasped the misty true extreme sword. As for the misty ancient extreme sword, the misty grand Tao sword was too profound, and the requirements for one's cultivation were too high. Thus, the two of them were currently unable to cultivate it. Qinfeng, are you really only a 4-star Tao saint? After seeing Yi Qinfeng's perception and talent, the proud and arrogant Yulanqin was completely convinced. She looked at Yi Qinfeng with even more shock, as if she couldn't see through him at all. What? Does third senior apprentice, sister, suspect that I'm hiding my strength? Yi Qinfeng faintly smiled. He looked at Yulan Xian's exquisite facial features up close. No, I'm just sighing. Why is your perception so high when your cultivation is so low? You must know that not just anyone can comprehend a top-grade, true spirit saint art. Even a Tao emperor would find it difficult to do so, but you were able to comprehend its mysteries. You really do surprise me. Yulanqin didn't avoid Yi Qinfeng's gaze. She met his deep eyes, as if she wanted to see through him. If it weren't for third senior apprentice sister's help, I don't think we would have been able to comprehend the misty sword scripture in such a short period of time. Yi Qinfeng smiled, changing the topic. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. No matter what, I owe you a favor. In the future, I will find a chance to repay you. Yulanqin gently brushed her hair back from her forehead and gently stood up. All right, perhaps I really do need third senior sister's help. Yi Qinfeng looked at the incomparably beautiful Yulanqin. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you and junior apprentice sister Xia need to be careful these days. The Misty Heavens sect isn't peaceful at all. I believe that there are many people who covet the Misty Sword Scripture and Soaring Firmament Sage Scripture. If there is any danger, tell me and I will help you. Yulanqin warned them and then floated away. As soon as Yulanqin left, Xia Wendy came out. She said in a strange tone, "Don't look anymore. She's already gone far away. If you keep looking, you'll steal her soul away." Are you jealous? Yi Qinfeng looked at the fuming Xia Wendy and said half-jokingly, "Eat your head. Do you think you're very handsome? What a narcissist." Xia Wendy rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng laughed, no longer teasing Xia Wendy. He grabbed her hand and said, "Haha, let's go to the mission pavilion." "What are we going to the mission pavilion for?" Xia Wendy glanced at him and pulled back her hand. "To accept missions and earn contribution points," Yi Qinfeng said. "Isn't it too dangerous for us to accept missions at this time?" Xia Wendy asked. She was well aware of just how sensational it was for her and Yi Qinfeng to obtain a supreme inheritance at Tao Teaching Cliff. She knew just how difficult it was for them to accept missions without permission and leave the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion. "What, are you scared?" Looking at the worried Xia Wendy, Yi Qinfeng smiled. "You're not doing this on purpose, right?" Thinking that Yi Qinfeng was definitely not an impulsive person and seeing his relaxed appearance, Xia Wendy suddenly thought of a possibility. "Let's go. Even if the sky falls down, I'll hold it up for you. Nothing will happen." With Zhulong's support, Yi Qinfeng would not be afraid even if a Taoist master chased after them. Moreover, Taoist masters were definitely top-notch existences in the sky region. Existences like Taoist gods and Taoist ancestors could only be seen in the void god realm. After leaving the White Cliff courtyard, Yi Qinfeng used his identity token to summon an immortal crane. He rode it out of the Blue Snow Immortal Pavilion and arrived at the Mission Pavilion, which was built like a celestial pavilion. Because the news of Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy obtaining the supreme inheritance at the Tao Imparting Cliff was too shocking, their appearance was immediately recognized by others. For a moment, the two of them became the absolute center of attention. Many people discussed in low voices, paying attention to them. After passing through a thin layer of restriction, they entered the Mission Pavilion. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy saw a large number of jade slips hanging on a row of ancient shelves. The jade slips were marked with contribution points. The deeper they went into the mission pavilion, the higher the contribution points were, and the fewer Snow Palace disciples there were to accept the missions. When they reached the last row, there was only a beautiful woman in a dark green dress. Her figure was curvaceous, and she exuded an enchanting charm. She was a beautiful woman. 6-star Dao Sovereign. Seeing this green-dressed woman, Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. He discovered that this woman was actually a 6-star Dao Sovereign. Her strength was likely equal to Yu Lanqin's. Seeing Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy walk over, the green-dressed woman coldly swept her eyes over them. Then, she no longer paid them any attention. She released her soul force into the jade slips and chose a mission that suited her. 30,000 contribution points, 50,000 contribution points, 80,000 contribution points. Yi Qinfeng released his soul force, penetrating the jade slips with tens of thousands of contribution points to choose a mission that suited her. Kill a 4-star Dao Emperor. Kill a king-level Saint Beast. Destroy the heavenly wind Thunder Valley that is attached to the Celestials. Seeing the contents of the jade slips, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh at the difficulty of these missions. At the end of the selection, he developed a keen interest in a mission within a jade slip. Go to the suicide forest and pick suicide flowers. Each suicide flower could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. All right, this is it. Although Yi Qinfeng guessed that the suicide forest would be extremely dangerous and that picking suicide flowers would be extremely difficult, he still decided to accept this mission. If you don't want to die, I advise you not to accept this mission. As Yi Qinfeng reached out to take the mission jade slip, an icy cold voice entered Yi Qinfeng's ears. What is this mission very difficult? Yi Qinfeng turned his head and looked at the green-dressed woman from afar. Let alone you, even a 1-star Dao Emperor wouldn't dare to accept this mission, the green-dressed woman coldly said. After she finished speaking, she took the mission jade slip and left. Chengfeng, how about we change missions? Xia, Wendy said in a soft voice. No, this is the mission. Yi Qinfeng shook his head, took the mission jade slip, and said, Let's go, we will go register, and then go to the suicide forest. Elder, we will accept this mission. Yi Qinfeng handed over the mission jade slip to the elder in charge of registration and said, Suicide flower mission. The gray-robed elder's expression was startled. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy and said, If you don't want to die, then change missions. I can clearly tell you that anyone below the Dao Emperor level will definitely die if they accept this mission. We have confidence in completing this mission, Yi Qinfeng solemnly vowed. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng didn't listen to his advice, the gray-robed elder didn't say anything else. After registering them, he let them leave. In his opinion, he didn't need to waste his breath on 2 people who were about to die. Let's go. We will go to the suicide forest. Yi Qinfeng stored the mission jade slip in the universe mirror. He didn't inform Shui Piao. He summoned the immortal crane of the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion and rode it out of the Jade Snow Immortal Pavilion, flying towards the suicide forest at an extremely fast speed. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy had just left the Misty Heaven sect. Shui Mingxian immediately received the news and revealed a trace of a sinister smile. I don't know if you are really stupid or pretending to be stupid. You actually dare to leave the Misty Heaven sect at this time. Since that's the case, let me send you to the Western Paradise. Chapter 1569. The Suicide Forest was located in the northwest of the Nihility region. A large number of saint beasts resided in the forest. Even Dao Emperors would find it hard to survive if they entered the forest. We're here. According to the map, the Suicide Forest is right in front of us. Yi Qinfeng stood on the giant red-crowned crane and looked at the boundless ancient forest in the distance. He rode the red-crowned crane and landed on the outskirts of the suicide forest. Qinfeng, why don't we fly directly into the suicide forest? We can save a lot of time that way. Xia Wendy asked in confusion when she saw Yi Qinfeng enter the suicide forest from the periphery. I'm afraid that if we fly directly into the suicide forest, some people won't be able to find us. Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile and summoned the 3 ancient array flags and the ancient sky-shrouding diagram. He used the complex forest terrain to seal this area. You're talking about the people from the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion. Xia Wendy raised her brows and guessed who Yi Qinfeng was waiting for. That's right. Xuanmingxian will definitely not let go of this opportunity to get rid of us. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, but I'm very curious. Who will he send to kill us? Qingfeng, aren't you afraid that Xuanmingxian will come to kill us himself? Xia Wendy knew how precious the supreme grade, Saint True Spirit art was. If Xuanmingxian came personally, with his strength as a 2-star Dao Emperor, he would be a great threat to them. I hope that Xuanmingxian will come himself. Although Yi Qinfeng's current strength might not be Xuanmingxuan's match, as long as he awakened the Torch Dragon, he could kill him in seconds. All right, let's wait here. If I'm not wrong, they should be coming soon. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng closed his eyes and silently circulated the soul-devouring art. He absorbed the dense heaven spirit qi in the suicide forest and consolidated his cultivation, preparing to break through to the 1-star Dao Emperor realm. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul power sensed more than 10 powerful auras rapidly approaching them. They're here. Yi Qinfeng suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance through the lush foliage. Chengfeng, did Xuanmingxian personally come? Xia Wendy asked somewhat nervously. No. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, it's just as I expected. In order to avoid suspicion, Xuanmingxian didn't leave the Misty Heaven sect, but he sent the person he trusted the most. Snow Saliva One. Xia Wendy guessed. That's right, it's Xuesi, the #1 disciple of the Snow Palace's younger generation. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, I wonder if 3rd senior sister would be grateful to me for killing Xueti. Even at this time, you're still thinking about your 3rd senior sister. If you like her so much, do you need me to pull some strings for you? Xia Wendy rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng. Although the 3rd senior sister is beautiful, her temperament is too cold. She is not my type. Yi Qinfeng laughed bitterly and said, All right, my great beauty Xia, prepare for battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 13 experts of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion, led by Xueti Yi, appeared in the suicide forest, blocking Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's escape route. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this junior brother Yi and junior sister Xia? I didn't expect to see you here. Zhou Yin, who had a bad relationship with Yi Qinfeng, looked at Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy with a sinister smile and said sarcastically, Zhou Yin, do you know why you're doing worse than others? It's because your IQ is a little low. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and attacked him without holding back. Damn it, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. When you capture me later, I promise you'll regret going against me. Zhou Yin didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to mock him at this time. He was so angry that his face turned green, and he said fiercely, I'm about to die. Yi Qinfeng sighed softly and said, You think we're waiting for death here? Why? Did you expect us to come? Xue Li frowned slightly and looked coldly at Yi Qinfeng. He was a little surprised that Yi Qinfeng was still so calm. Is it that hard to guess? Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. Will Xuanmingxian let go of such a good opportunity to get rid of us? So, you're deliberately waiting for us to come. Xue Li's brows were tightly knitted together. Looking at the calm Yi Qinfeng, he suddenly felt a little uneasy in the depths of his heart. That's right. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Xuanmingxian is so anxious to get rid of us and take the misty sword scripture from me. Should I give him a big gift? Damn it, You're just a 4-star Dao Saint. How dare you play tricks? A 3-star Dao Master received Shui Gai's message and suddenly roared. He held a spear that was a supreme-grade divine weapon and thrust it toward Yi Qinfeng like a black flood dragon coming out of its cave. With a sharp sound of air friction, it pierced toward Yi Qinfeng. Crack! As the 3-star Dao Master stabbed with his spear, a pair of supreme-grade sacred weapon gloves immediately appeared on Yi Qinfeng's hands. He met the attack and punched the sharp tip of the spear. The next moment, a force that was beyond the 3-star Dao Master's imagination rushed into his arms through the spear like a broken dam. The terrible force directly tore his arms into thousands of holes, and his whole body retreated uncontrollably. Before Shueli and the others could come to his rescue, a sword shadow flashed under Yi Qinfeng's feet and broke out a force of more than 1 billion pounds to hit him. Bang! The 3-star Dao Master was knocked away by the force that burst out from Yi Qinfeng's body and smashed into an ancient tree in the distance. The ancient tree was broken, and his body turned into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing Yi Qinfeng defeat the 3-star Dao Master with absolute strength, Shueli's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Zhou Yun, who wanted to kill Yi Qinfeng to vent his hatred, was so scared that he trembled and could not help but take a step back. Yi Qinfeng, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have cultivated your body to the level that surpasses that of an ordinary sacred beast. Although Yi Qinfeng's battle strength was amazing, Shueli, as the #1 genius of Snow Palace, had experienced many storms and waves. He did not show a trace of panic on his face. He looked coldly at Yi Qinfeng and summoned a long sword that was a low-grade, true spirit, sacred weapon. No matter how strong your body is, it still can't make up for the gap between our realms. But if you can die in my hands, you can smile even in the netherworld. Is a 1-star Dao Emperor very strong? Yi Qinfeng sneered and stopped hiding his strength. A Dao energy that shocked Shueli, and the others awakened in his body. The strength of the Dao energy made Zhou Yun and the others feel suffocated and breathless. 6-star Dao Master. Sensing that Yi Qinfeng's strength had reached the level of a 6-star Dao Master, Shueli's pupil shrank into the most dangerous pinhole, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. 4-star Dao Master. Then they felt that Xia Wendi's strength had also reached the level of a 4-star Dao Master, and a low-grade true spirit sacred weapon was floating above her head. Who are you people? Why did you sneak into the ethereal heaven sect? Shueli did not expect Yi Qinfeng to be so secretive and asked with a gloomy face. Dead. People don't need to know so much. With that, Yi Qinfeng controlled the 3 ancient formation flags and the sky shrouding diagram to restrict the entire space and block the escape route of Shueli and the others. Then he summoned the sacred eclipse sword and launched a ferocious attack at Shueqi. Chapter 1570. Humph! A 6-star Dao Master wants to kill me? You must be dreaming. Shueqi snorted coldly as he charged forward with his sword. He clashed with Yi Qinfeng. Wang! When the 2 sword tips collided with each other, Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial blood, instantly increasing his strength by 3 times. More than 3 billion gene of strength gushed out of the sacred eclipse sword, shattering Shuemui's attack and bending his low, rank true saint sword, forcing him to take a step back. What? Senior brother Te was forced to retreat. In the eyes of Zhou Yun and the others, Shueqi was an invincible existence. Even in the entire Misty Heaven sect, there were not many who could defeat him. They could not believe that Yi Qinfeng had actually forced him to take a step back. The strongest person in Snow Palace is only SOSO. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and summoned the supreme quality, Saint Treasure Sword Wings. With a shocking sword chi, he continued to launch ferocious attacks at Shueqi, suppressing his attacks. Senior brother Te can deal with that little bastard. Let's capture Xia Wendai first. Zhou Yun looked at the beautiful Xia Wendai and said maliciously, Okay. Although Xiao Wendai was a 4-star Dao Master, Shui Mingxian had also sent a 6-star Dao Master. With him in charge, they could control the situation. Demon Ba, come out. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned out the Demon Ba, sealed in the ancient bronze coffin. He placed the Demon Ba in front of Zhou Yun and the others, blocking them. Then, a ferocious roar sounded from the ancient bronze coffin. Demon Ba, who was surrounded by thick demon qi, pushed open the thick coffin lid and roared at Zhou Yun and the others. Blood! I want to drink blood! Ba, how did he subdue a Ba? Although Zhou Yun and the others had never seen a Ba before, they had read about it in ancient books. Ba was the king of zombies. Its strength was extremely terrifying. The strongest Ba's strength could surpass the limit of Demon Emperor and reach the level of Demon Master. It could single-handedly defeat many forces in the Qingyan realm. Demon Ba, kill them for me. Yi Qinfeng gave Mo Ba the order to kill. Roar, leave it to me. Mo Ba let out a roar that did not sound like a human's. Wielding a dragon-patterned saber that weighed several million jin, he slashed towards Zhou Yun and the others with endless demonic energy. And at this time, Xia Wendy also summoned her low-grade, true spirit saint robe. The hidden spirit robe appeared around her, and with the clear feather spirit saber in hand, she attacked together with Demon Ba. No, don't kill me. Zhou Yun was the weakest out of all of them. In just a single exchange, he was injured by the demonic qi that erupted from Mo Ba's body. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he begged for mercy with a pale face. Trash! Xia Wendy revealed a merciless expression. She wielded the pure feather spirit saber, a low-grade, true spirit saint artifact. She interweaved with a terrifying Dao will and slashed at Zhou Yun, splitting him in half and killing him on the spot. After killing Zhou Yun, Xia Wendy followed behind Mo Ba. She channeled the secret art of Azure and continuously sent out powerful seals of Azure, bombarding the experts of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion. They kept worsening their injuries and suppressing them. Screams constantly rang in their ears. But Shui Li turned a deaf ear to them. He deduced the sword Dao that he cultivated to the extreme, using speed to fight speed. He was like two shadows of wind as he fought fiercely with Yi Qinfeng. Firmament Seal. When Shui Li used his absolute attack to repel the sacred eclipse sword, for profound Dao diagrams appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body. His hands rapidly formed seals, forming a giant hand seal that seemed to be nurturing the firmament. It fused with the power of the surrounding space and imprinted on Shui Li's longsword. Boom! The firmament seal shattered, and a terrifying power forcibly broke Shui Li's attack. Sacred Flame, triple transformation. After experiencing Shui Li's strength, Yi Qinfeng no longer held back. He ignited 3 sacred flames and fused with the power of the heaven-suppressing orb and sacred blood orb. He forcibly raised his strength to the pinnacle of a 1-star Dao Emperor and continued to fight fiercely with Shui Li. Sacred Blood Flame Technique. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's sudden increase in strength, Shui Li no longer held back. He executed the Sacred Blood Flame technique and stimulated the bloodline power in his body, increasing his strength to the greatest extent. Blood Flame, First Sword. Shui Li roared. His bloodline power and powerful Dao will fuse together, forming a blood sword in the void. It interweaved with a sea of blood and dyed the space red. It slashed towards Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng was clear about the consequences of killing Shui Li. He didn't execute the misty sword scripture. Instead, he used the various inheritances of various races. That way, it would be useless even if Shui Mingxian came personally. True Spirit Dragon Wrestling Fist. Yi Qinfeng kept the Eclipse Sacred Sword and raised his physical strength to the limit. He fused the power of the 4 mystic, grade, Dao diagrams and constantly blasted out fist lights that could kill a true dragon. He forcefully shattered the blood sword in the sea of blood. And what a terrifying sacred art. Who is he? Why is his foundation so deep? After witnessing the terror of the true spirit dragon wrestling fist, the uneasiness in Shui Li's heart grew stronger. He had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng's true spirit dragon wrestling fist had reached the level of a high-grade true spirit saint skill. Blood flame, triple sword. Shui Li deduced the Tao that he cultivated to the limit and executed the strongest sword move that he had grasped. 3 overlapping sword lights surged forward like rolling waves of blood. They turned into a terrifying devouring mouth that swallowed Yi Qinfeng whole. The power that erupted from Shui Li's blood flame triple sword was extremely terrifying. However, Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. He roared, and his robust body continued to expand. He transformed into his true spirit body and continuously blasted out the true spirit dragon wrestling fist, bombarding the devouring mouth formed by the blood flame triple sword. Boom! 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 Earth-shaking explosions rang out incessantly. The 2 great true spirit saint skills fiercely clashed in the air, setting off boundless waves of wind that swept out in all directions, causing the entire space to tremble. Golden sword spirit, slash! When Yi Qinfeng executed the true spirit dragon wrestling fist and clashed with the blood flame triple sword, a golden sword light flew out of Yi Qinfeng's sea of soul. With a dazzling golden light, it slashed toward Shui Li, whose expression changed slightly. Golden sword spirit. It's really the golden sword spirit. Back at the preaching cliff, Shui Li had a vague feeling that Yi Qinfeng might have cultivated the golden sword spirit. However, he knew the difficulty of condensing the golden sword spirit. Coupled with Yi Qinfeng's cultivation realm, he denied his own guess. But now he realized that he wasn't wrong. Yi Qinfeng had really condensed the golden sword spirit. Blood-killing sword array. At the critical moment, Shui Li summoned 108 supreme grade saint swords and quickly formed a powerful blood-killing sword array in front of him to block the attack of the golden sword spirit. Looking at the 108 supreme grade saint swords that formed the sword array, Yi Qinfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He was currently lacking supreme grade saint swords, and Shui Li had delivered them to him. All right, I won't play with you anymore. I'll send you to hell. With that, Yi Qinfeng summoned a mid-grade, true spirit saint treasure, the green wand sacred bow. He forcefully pulled it open and controlled the golden Tao power in his body to surge into the sacred bow. He condensed it into a powerful green wand sacred arrow and shot it towards Shui Li. Bang! Under the attack of the green wand sacred arrow, the blood-killing sword array that was cracked by the golden sword spirit was penetrated. Under Shui Li's horrified gaze, the arrow shot towards his chest. Between life and death, Shui Li constantly revealed his life-saving trump cards to block the attack of the green wand sacred arrow. However, Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial blood and had endless Tao power. He continued to pull the green wand sacred bow to attack Shui Li. Under the continuous attack of the green wand sacred arrows, the life-saving trump cards that Shui Li summoned were constantly shattered. In the end, Shui Li was powerless to resist and was pierced through by the green wand sacred arrows. He turned into a cloud of blood and exploded to death. Chapter 1571. No, don't kill us. After witnessing the scene of Yi Qinfeng killing Shui Li, the 3 disciples of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion, who were desperately resisting Mo Ba and Xia Wendy's attacks, were terrified. They continuously begged for mercy. 80? Chinese? 1. Isn't it too late to be afraid now? Yi Qinfeng said mercilessly as he continued to draw the green wand, sacred bow, and attack. Soon, the remaining 3 disciples of the Sunset Snow Immortal Pavilion were killed by the blue wand sacred arrow. They turned into clouds of blood mist and died on the spot. Matzi, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chen-feng took away Xue Sali's belongings and summoned Mo Ba back to the universe realm to destroy their corpses before flying into the depths of the suicide forest with Xia Wendy. About an hour later, Yi Chen-feng and Xia Wendy appeared in a secluded valley and took out the spoils of war from killing Xue Sali's group. 108 supreme-grade sacred swords. Xue Sali, thank you so much. Yi Chen-feng realized that the 108 supreme-grade sacred swords obtained from killing Xue Sali were of extremely high quality. With them, the universe sword array's power would increase by leaps and bounds. Mid-grade sacred art, sacred blood flame art. Other than the hundreds of supreme-grade sacred swords, Yi Chen-feng also found the sacred blood flame art's cultivation scroll and his weapon, the low-grade sacred artifact, Heaven-Slaying Sword, among Xue Sali's belongings. After witnessing Xue Sali's blood flame triple sword, Yi Chen-feng knew the value of the sacred blood flame art. He was prepared to use it to trade for something useful in the future. Other than that, he also obtained a lot of mid-grade and high-grade heaven crystals, a large number of sacred pills, and supreme-grade sacred artifacts. Oh, what's this? At the end of the inspection, Yi Chen-feng found a brocade box sealed with layers of restrictions among Xue Sali's belongings. When he forcefully broke open the brocade box's restrictions, he saw 3 Longan-sized milky white pills with 3 pill veins that emitted a refreshing fragrance. This is a 3rd-grade sacred true pill. As Yi Chen-feng stared at the pill, its quality appeared in Gaditer's mind. 3rd-grade true spirit pill. I wonder if I can reach the limit of a 6-star Tao Master with the help of this true spirit pill. Yi Chen-feng was well aware of the value of a 3rd-grade true spirit saint pill. It definitely surpassed a low-grade true spirit saint artifact. He gave one to Xiao Wendai and took one himself. He circulated the soul-devouring art and quickly refined it for cultivation. The level 3 true pill contained an extremely large amount of medicinal power. When it melted in Yi Chen-feng's body, it immediately released a majestic medicinal power. However, Yi Chen-feng's physical body was too strong. The medicinal power released by the 3rd-grade true spirit saint pellet couldn't harm his body at all. He endured the pain in his body and quickly refined the medicinal power to increase his strength. Xia-patterned butterfly's body was not as strong as Yi Chen-feng's. When she took the rank 3 true spirit saint pill, she suffered quite a bit of pain. Fortunately, her Tao heart was strong. She endured the pain and circulated the numinous sky scripture to refine the pill. Soon, 5 days passed. In these 5 days, Yi Chen-feng refined 2 3rd-grade true spirit saint pellets and raised his strength to the limit of a 6-star Tao Master. Xia Wendai broke through the bottleneck and reached the 5-star Tao Master realm with the help of the powerful medicinal power of the 3rd-grade true spirit saint pellet. I actually broke through. The moment she broke through, Xia Wendai revealed a look of surprise. She never dreamed that she would break through another realm so quickly. The 3rd-grade true spirit saint pellet is indeed powerful. If Yi Chen-feng wasn't an ordinary person, he could have broken through to the 1-star Tao Emperor realm by refining 2 3rd-grade true spirit saint pellets consecutively. Let's go, Matzi. Let's find a pool. Your current appearance is really damaging your beautiful image. Yi Chen-feng looked at Xia Wendai, who was covered in blood, and said with a smile, "It's none of your business." Xia Wendai blushed and rolled her eyes at Yi Chen-feng, but in her heart, she was grateful to Yi Chen-feng. Without Yi Chen-feng, she wouldn't have broken through so quickly. The suicide forest was vast and boundless. There was no lack of pools. Soon, the two of them found a quiet pool. "When I'm bathing, you're not allowed to peek. Otherwise, I'll dig out your eyeballs." Xia Wendai looked at Yi Chen-feng with reddened cheeks and warned fiercely, "Tisk, it's not like I haven't seen it before." Yi Chen-feng said indifferently, Under Xia Wendai's fiery gaze, he walked to the side. Xia Wendi ground her teeth as she watched Yi Qinfeng walk into the distance. She took off her little boots and walked into the ice-cold pool with bare feet. She took off her clothes in the pool, and the filthy blood that was forced out from her body after breaking through her cultivation realm was clearly visible. Soaking in the cool pool, Xia Wendai felt refreshed. Strands of spirit energy entered her body through her pores, making her feel so comfortable that she couldn't extricate herself. When Xia Wendai washed the blood off her body and was preparing to change into a clean set of clothes, she suddenly saw Yi Qinfeng appear on the shore. Her cheeks turned red, and she sank her body to the bottom of the pool. She covered her chest with her hands and said, "You, what are you doing?" "Hey, Matsi, what are you so nervous about?" Seeing the wet and nervous Xia Wendai, Yi Qinfeng lightly sighed and said, "That night when you threw yourself into my arms, I was still indifferent. Do you think I would have bad intentions?" "Yi Qinfeng, what do you mean by that? Am I not beautiful enough to attract you?" Xia Wendai ground her teeth and angrily said. She wanted nothing more than to bite Yi Qinfeng a few times. "All right, if I were you, I would quickly put on my clothes and come out. Otherwise, I feel that you might jump out of the pool. At that time, don't say that I took advantage of you and took advantage of you," Yi Qinfeng said as he looked at the furious Xia Wendai. After being reminded by Yi Qinfeng, Xia Wendai's sharp perception suddenly sensed danger at the bottom of the pool. Her expression slightly changed, and the invisible spirit clothes immediately appeared on her body, covering her enchanting body as she leaped out of the pool. The moment she leaped out of the pool, a black demon eel that was hundreds of meters long suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit at Xia Wendi, who had leaped into the air, trying to swallow her into its stomach. Mystic rank sacred beast. Sensing the level of the black demonic eel, the golden sword spirit broke out of Yi Qinfeng's sea of soul. It turned into a blinding golden light in midair and slashed at the black demonic eel. Its huge body was cut in half, and it died on the spot. A large amount of blood dyed the lake red. "Now you know that I wasn't trying to peek at you." Yi Qinfeng pointed at the black demon eel's corpse that was spewing out blood and lightly said, "Yi Qinfeng, is this lady so unattractive?" Xia Wendai walked to Yi Qinfeng's side and angrily said, "Let me tell you, this lady is very angry." Without waiting for Xia Wendai to finish speaking, Yi Qinfeng suddenly hugged her tightly and pressed her soft body against a thick ancient tree. He revealed a smile and said, "If you really want to have something with me, I don't mind." You, feeling the squeeze of Yi Qinfeng's body and being so close to Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes, Xia Wendai felt as if a little deer had appeared in her heart, jumping around. An alluring blush appeared on her delicate cheeks. In the next moment, Xia Wendai's expression instantly changed. She forcefully pushed Yi Qinfeng away and said, "You pervert, if you dare to touch this lady. This lady will turn you into a eunuch in a matter of minutes." Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 1572. Chaos Divine Beast, Golden Clear Dragon Bloodlion, Space Swallower, come out. Yi Qinfeng realized that he could not read Xia Wendi's mind. Ignoring her, he summoned the 3 sacred beasts and had them devour the demonic core of the black demonic eel to increase their strength. By Chinese network is almost equal to demonic qi. The demonic qi here is so thick. Sensing the demonic qi hidden in the suicide forest, the chaos divine beast's eyes lit up. After returning to the Qingyan realm, it felt like a dragon returning to the sea. It was no longer suppressed by the soul-fighting continent. As long as it devoured enough demonic cores and demonic beast flesh, it could recover its strength in the shortest time possible. It could also regain its memories and remember who suppressed it. Yes, this suicide forest is known as a forbidden zone for life. There are many sacred beasts living here. I heard that there are even powerful king-level sacred beasts in the depths of the forest. Yi Qinfeng nodded. King-level sacred beasts. Oh my God, this is our heaven. If I devour the demon core of a king-grade Saint Beast, I can definitely recover to the level of a Xian-grade Saint Beast. If I devour a dozen king-grade Saint Beasts, I can also recover to the level of a king-grade Saint Beast. The Chaos Divine Beast's eyes were burning with excitement as he spoke. Although the golden, clear dragon blood lion and the space swallower did not say anything, they were also excited. Let's go. Let's go deeper into the suicide forest and see where the legendary suicide flower is. It is worth the reward from the Misty Heaven sect. After the 3 sacred beasts devoured the black demonic eel, Yi Qinfeng did not waste any more time. He and Xia Wendy rode on the Chaos Divine Beast and the Golden Clear Dragon Blood Lion, respectively, and rushed into the depths of the suicide forest. Sensing Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy's aura, a large number of demonic beasts in the suicide forest were attracted. However, these demonic beasts were not a threat to Yi Qinfeng. He controlled the golden sword soul and killed them easily. The demonic cores of the demonic beasts were also divided among the Chaos Divine Beast and the other 2 sacred beasts. Soon the sky darkened. After a day of slaughter, Yi Qinfeng, Xia Wendai, and the 3 saint beasts retreated into the universe, mirror to rest. After devouring a large number of demonic cores, the golden dragon blood lion, a chaos divine beast, showed signs of evolution. On the other hand, the space swallower, a mid-level sacred beast, showed no signs of evolution. Obviously, the evolution of the space swallower required more energy and was more difficult. However, if the space swallower evolved to a certain level, it could directly devour space and form a powerful wormhole. By then, Yi Qinfeng could use the space swallower to travel through space at will. Early in the morning, Yi Qinfeng, who had recovered his Tao energy, brought the Shaoan butterfly and the 3 saint beasts out of the universe realm. They searched for the suicide flower while killing the powerful demon beasts in the suicide forest. Soon, 3 days had passed. Yi Qinfeng and his group had ventured deep into the suicide forest, but they had yet to find a single suicide flower. On the other hand, the Chaos Divine Beast and the Golden Clear Dragon Blood Lion had successfully evolved into Mystic Divine Beasts after devouring a large number of Saint Beast cores. Their strength was comparable to a 2-star demon Venerable. The sound of a waterfall. Let's go to the waterfall in front to rest. Yi Qinfeng, who had just killed a profound, rank-holy beast, horned purple-eyed snake, faintly heard the sound of a waterfall in the distance. He immediately brought Xia Wendy and the other 3 demonic beasts to a waterfall that was several thousand meters long and looked like a silver dragon. What a strong demonic qi. Standing under the waterfall, Yi Qinfeng's sharp senses could sense a terrifying demonic qi in the waterfall. This demonic qi was definitely stronger than a mystic-class sacred beast and had reached the level of a king-class sacred beast. Everyone be careful. If I'm not wrong, there is a king-class sacred beast hidden in this waterfall. Yi Qinfeng's eyes narrowed as he stared at the waterfall that resembled a silver dragon. Through the pouring waterfall, he could vaguely see a black hole in the middle of the waterfall. The demonic beast that he suspected to be a king-level sacred beast was hiding in the black hole. King-class sacred beast. The Chaos Divine Beast's small, round eyes glowed with a fiery light. After leveling up, the effect of swallowing a mystic-class sacred beast to increase its strength was no longer obvious. If it wanted to continue recovering its strength in a short period of time, it had to hunt down a king-class sacred beast. You guys wait for me here. I'll go to the black hole behind the waterfall and see what kind of sacred beast is hidden inside. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng concealed his aura and stepped into the void to reach a height of several hundred meters. His body flashed as he broke through the rushing waterfall and rushed into the waterfall cave. Who are you? Why have you barged into this king's cave? An enraged voice rang out beside Yi Qinfeng's ear. The terrifying voice caused his eardrums to tremble slightly. He hurriedly controlled his Tao energy to seal his ears. Suicide flower. Yi Qinfeng stood at the entrance of the cave and stared at a burly man who was about 20 feet tall. His entire body was covered in purple mottling, and his muscles were bulging with explosive power. Unexpectedly, 2 trumpet-shaped flowers appeared behind him. They were sparkling and translucent, without a single trace of impurity. Their stamens were like braziers, and they were emitting spirit qi. These flowers were the suicide flowers that he had been searching for. So you're also here for the suicide flower. The burly man noticed that Yi Qinfeng's gaze was fixed on the 2 suicide flowers. His strong body immediately burst out with a shocking amount of demonic qi. He locked onto Yi Qinfeng and said, "Greedy human, die." After saying that, the burly man threw a punch at Yi Qinfeng. The terrifying fist light dragged a long demonic qi and merged with the power of space. He wanted to kill Yi Qinfeng, who had barged into his cave. Facing the burly man's fist light, Yi Qinfeng did not dodge. He stimulated the power of his 5 acupoints and waved his fist to meet it. Boom! A huge explosion resounded. The power in Yi Qinfeng's fist was shattered by the burly man's fist. The terrifying fist power bombarded Yi Qinfeng's body and directly blasted him out of the waterfall, falling outside. What a powerful force! Worthy of being a 2-star demonic Emperor King level Saint Beast. After smashing a huge hole in the ground, Yi Qinfeng, who was covered in blood, crawled up from the ground. His face revealed a trace of solemnity. "Qinfeng, are you okay?" Xiaowen Dai quickly came to Yi Qinfeng's side and asked with concern, "I'm fine." Yi Qinfeng shook his head. He took a deep breath and said, "All of you back off. I'll deal with that king level Saint Beast myself." After saying that, he summoned the upgraded Cosmos sword formation. Holding the Eclipse Sacred Sword and Sky Kill Sword, he flew into the sky and engaged in a fierce battle with the burly man who had crashed through the waterfall. Boom! After an intense battle, Yi Qinfeng was still unable to withstand the burly man's ferocious attacks. He was blasted away by the burly man's powerful demonic qi. He crashed into an ancient tree that was a few hundred meters tall and fell to the ground. Primordial bloodline ignition. Sacred fire triple transformation. After being injured by the burly man consecutively, Yi Qinfeng did not dare to hold back anymore. He quickly ignited his powerful bloodline power and 3 sacred fires, forcibly raising his strength to the limit of a 1-star Tao Emperor. He once again engaged in a fierce battle with the burly man. For a moment, there was a violent tremor in the radius of a few miles. A terrifying force swept through everything, raising large patches of vegetation to the ground. Chapter 1573. Puny human, be obedient and become a dead soul under my mouth. The burly man roared and ignited his powerful bloodline power. He transformed into his strongest battle form and wanted to kill Yi Qinfeng in one fell swoop. 8:1. Chinese network equals 8 less than or equal to 1 equals Z less than or equal to is almost equal to greater than or equal to C less than or equal to greater than or equal to M. You want to kill me? You are still too weak. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng summoned the green wand sacred bow and burst out with 3 billion gene of strength. He forcefully pulled the sacred bow and fused the 4 mystic grade Tao diagrams into the sacred bow. He then shot it at the burly man who was surging with killing intent. Swish! As the green wand sacred arrow flew past, a deep arrow mark appeared in the space. The fearsome sacred bow made the burly man feel a deep sense of danger. He instinctively dodged to the side. However, the moment he dodged, Yi Qinfeng pulled the green wand sacred bow again, forming a powerful green wand sacred arrow and shooting it at the burly man. The burly man was unable to dodge and could only face the attack of the green wand sacred arrow head-on. PFFF. The burly man's powerful demonic energy was directly penetrated by the green wand's sacred arrow. The fearsome green wand's sacred arrow penetrated his defense and sent his huge body flying. Let's see how you are going to fight me without a true spirit saint artifact. Although the burly man was strong, he was only an ordinary sacred beast. He had left the demon race and didn't have a powerful true spirit saint artifact. When he was attacked by the green wand sacred bow, he instantly fell into a disadvantage. Despicable human, do you only know how to rely on treasures? Facing Yi Qinfeng's relentless attacks of the green wand sacred bow, the burly man dodged and cursed loudly. However, Yi Qinfeng wasn't moved. He continued to pull the bow and attack the burly man, worsening his injuries. Roar! Roar! As his injuries became more and more serious, the burly man could no longer maintain his strongest battle form. He returned to his original form, which was a demonic bull the size of a small mountain. His entire body was covered with skin as hard as rock, and his horns were as sharp as swords. He spat out mouthfuls of anger, trampled through space, and charged toward Yi Qinfeng. Swish! 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 When the demonic bull charged over, Yi Qinfeng continued to draw the azure wand's sacred bow and shot out 3 arrows consecutively. The entire space trembled under the attack of the green wand's sacred bow. Ayo, ayo, ayo! A series of painful roars rang out. The 3 cyan phoenix sacred arrows directly shattered the attack of the demon ox and sent it flying. Its mountain-like body smashed into the distance, creating a huge crater in the ground and causing the entire ground to tremble. Universe sword formation. Universe strike. When Yi Qinfeng shot the demonic bull, the incomparably sharp Qinkuan swords quickly fused together and turned into an incredibly powerful, invincible divine sword. With the frightening power of space, the sword slashed towards the demonic bull. As the demon ox was too heavily injured, it was unable to dodge the attack of the Cosmos sword array. One of the swords slashed its huge body, leaving behind a sword mark that revealed its white bones. As its injuries continued to worsen, the demon ox was filled with fear. It unwillingly looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was holding onto the green wand sacred bow, and wanted to escape. Ancient formation flag, sky restriction. Yi Qinfeng was already prepared. The moment the demon ox tried to escape, he summoned 3 formation flags and restricted the entire space, sealing off the escape route of the demon ox. Following that, he continued to attack with the green wand sacred bow, riddling the demon ox's huge body with thousands of holes. Large amounts of blood gushed out from its body, like a fountain, forming streams of blood that flowed out. Lowly human, if you have the guts, fight me fair and square. What's the use of external forces? The demon ox's voice was as loud as a drum as it provoked Yi Qinfeng. All right, as you wish. Out of the demon ox's expectations, Yi Qinfeng suddenly put away the green wand's sacred bow and descended from the sky, appearing in front of the demon ox that was heavily injured. Moo! The demon ox would never let go of such an excellent opportunity. It roared towards the sky, disregarding its injuries, and attacked Yi Qinfeng. True spirit dragon wrestling fist. The demonic bull charged towards Yi Qinfeng with a suffocating pressure. Yi Qinfeng immediately transformed into his powerful true spirit body and continuously unleashed his absolute kill fist aura, which was enough to kill a true dragon, towards the demonic bull. Boom! A series of earth-shaking explosions resounded. After being continuously attacked by Yi Qinfeng's true spirit dragon wrestling fist, the demon ox was forced back. The terrifying true spirit dragon wrestling fist constantly shattered the demon ox's defense and cracked its head. After forcing the demon ox back with a few punches, Yi Qinfeng endured the pursuit and transformed into his ultimate form with 3 heads and 6 arms. He waved his 6 thick arms and burst out with over 3 billion pounds of strength as he engaged in close combat with the demon ox. Although the demon ox was incomparably powerful and had reached the level of a king-level sacred beast, it had been continuously attacked by the green wand sacred bow. After losing a large amount of blood, its injuries were too severe. It was simply unable to display its full strength. After fighting for half an incense stick's time, the demon ox's huge body was repeatedly blasted away by Yi Qinfeng, and its battle strength was rapidly weakening. Ao, 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 human! Even if this king dies, I will drag you to hell! Unable to withstand Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks, the demon ox began to go all out. It burned its powerful bloodline and demon core, exploding with the last of its strength. Like a meteor, it continuously charged towards Yi Qinfeng, wanting to smash Yi Qinfeng into pieces. True spirit dragon wrestling fist. Facing the crazy demon ox, Yi Qinfeng deduced the 4 profound level Tao diagrams to the extreme, amplifying his attack and facing the demon ox head-on in his strongest state. Although Yi Qinfeng was also under great pressure at the beginning, as the demon ox's injuries worsened, Yi Qinfeng completely gained the upper hand. The demon ox's incomparably hard head was shattered by the true spirit dragon wrestling fist, and a large amount of blood flowed out. Die. After the demon ox tested the strength of its body, Yi Qinfeng summoned the green wand sacred bow again and shot out 3 arrows, directly piercing through the demon ox's head and crushing its soul, killing it on the spot. Chaos divine beast, golden clear dragon bloodlion, space devourer bug, this demon ox's corpse is yours. The injured Yi Qinfeng put away the 3 ancient array flags and flew back to the waterfall cave, arriving in front of the 2 suicide flowers. Such pure energy, the value of this suicide flower is probably no lower than a 1-star true spirit saint pill. Feeling the spirituality of the suicide flower at such a close distance, Yi Qinfeng knew its value. Moreover, Yi Qinfeng had a feeling that the misty heaven sex reward for the suicide flower was not to be consumed directly, but to be refined into pills. Only then could the suicide flower's medicinal efficacy be maximized. Retrieve. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned the golden sword spirit and cut off the fertile soil around the suicide flower bit by bit, transplanting them into the universe mirror. Once outside, he used the spiritual pearl of life to heal his injuries and waited for the 3 sacred beasts to devour the demon ox. About 6 hours later, Yi Qinfeng had completely healed the injuries caused by the close combat with the demon ox. As for the 3 sacred beasts, after devouring the demon ox's beast core and flesh, their strength increased by varying degrees, especially the space devourer bug. It had begun to evolve into a high-grade sacred beast. Let's go. We will continue to enter the suicide forest and look for the suicide flower. After knowing the value of the suicide flower, Yi Qinfeng wanted to pluck a few more back. That way, he would be able to obtain a large amount of contribution points and exchange them for the necessary items to break through to the 1-star Tao Emperor realm. P.S. Another 200 people on WeChat, and it can add up to another 100 people. When that time comes, Yunlei will release more updates. If you want Yunlei to release more updates, please add her WeChat account, Y1TY83. Chapter 1574. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. 80. Chinese. Equals is not equal to equals. Less than or equal to in the past month. Yi Qinfeng had killed a king-level sacred beast and plucked 3 suicide flowers. The space-swallowing bug had successfully evolved into an upper-class sacred beast, and its ability to swallow space had become even stronger. What's that sound? As Yi Qinfeng rode the chaos divine beast deeper into the suicide forest, he sensed something was amiss. He sensed that a panicked aura was approaching him at an extremely fast speed, and behind the panicked aura, there was a frightening demonic beast following behind. Should I save her? While he was hesitating, the panicked aura was getting closer to him. Forget it. Since you found us, I'll save your life. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng rode his chaos divine beast forward. He saw a tall lady in a black martial arts suit. Her long, black hair danced in the wind as she ran toward them. She was in a sorry state. Behind the lady in black was a demonic tiger that was more than 10 meters long. Its entire body was glowing with golden light, and the word king was shining on its forehead. Judging from the demonic tiger's aura, this demonic tiger was a king-level sacred beast, and its strength was terrifying. Green Phoenix, sacred bow. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng quickly drew the green phoenix, sacred bow, into the shape of a full moon and shot an arrow with all his might. A golden green phoenix sacred arrow that was infused with 4 mystic-level Tao diagrams flew out and forced the ferocious demonic tiger to retreat, saving the lady in black. Humans, I didn't expect you to have a gang. I won't let you off today. The demonic tiger suddenly spoke in human language. Then it opened its bloody mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar into the chaotic void. Soon, the entire forest became restless. Several demonic tigers that were mystic-level sacred beasts rushed over and surrounded Yi Qinfeng and the rest. Are you okay? Yi Qinfeng looked at the lady in black, who had scratches on her back and was severely injured. He quickly handed her an expensive divine elixir pill. Thank you for saving my life. I'm fine. The black-robed woman did not doubt Yi Qinfeng's intentions and quickly swallowed the saint pill to heal her injuries. Kill them. Tear them apart. The king-tier demonic tiger opened its bloody mouth and ordered, "Mo Ba, come out." Facing several terrifying demon tigers, Yi Qinfeng did not dare to be careless. He quickly summoned Demon Ba. At the same time, Xia Wendy also summoned the sword puppet, which was a 6-star Tao master, to protect herself and confront a profound-level demonic tiger. End this battle. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng ignited his powerful bloodline power. With the green Luan holy bow in his hand, he continuously attacked the king-level demonic tiger, suppressing its ferocious attacks. Mid-grade true spirit saint treasure. After witnessing the power of the green Luan holy bow, the black-robed woman, who had basically stabilized her injuries, was completely relieved. She summoned a mid-grade true spirit saint weapon and attacked a profound-level demonic tiger. She wanted to quickly kill the group of demonic tigers that were besieging them. Deep in the suicide forest, Yi Qinfeng was also very careful. He was afraid that such a fierce battle would attract more terrifying saint beasts. In that case, they would have to avoid them. Sword puppet, mirror image doppelganger. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned 2 great helpers to help him restrict the king-level demonic tiger's astonishing speed. They constantly shot at its huge body and severely injured its body. Battle form. After experiencing the power of the green Luan holy bow, the king-level demonic tiger immediately transformed into its strongest battle form. It constantly pulled up 2 thick ancient trees and attacked Yi Qinfeng. However, Yi Qinfeng possessed an endless amount of Tao power and could continuously draw the green Luan sacred bow to attack. Gradually, the king-level demonic tiger's injuries became more and more serious. It could not withstand the attacks of the green Luan holy bow. Roar! Suddenly, a mournful scream rang out. A wounded, profound-level demonic tiger's huge body was forcibly torn apart by the demon puppet. A large amount of blood and internal organs burst out in midair. It fell into a pool of blood and died. After killing a profound-level demonic tiger, the demon puppet pursued and attacked the other profound-level demonic tigers. This caused the other profound-level demonic tigers that came to help to think of retreating. Roar, I'll spare you today. The next time I see you, I'll definitely swallow all of you. The king-level demonic tiger wanted to retreat. It left behind a ruthless sentence and was about to leave. Want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Qinfeng did not want to let this king-level demonic tiger go. He wanted to summon the ancient array flag to trap it. Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul force felt a demonic chi that was even more terrifying than the king-level demonic tiger. His face changed slightly, and he made a prompt decision. Don't fight. There's a greater danger approaching. Let's leave this place first. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng took away the corpse of the profound-level demonic tiger. He led the group and the two demonic beasts to escape at an extremely fast speed. Just as Yi Qinfeng and the others left, a 3-foot-tall king-level demonic ape appeared. Its body was covered in black fur, and it was filled with explosive muscles. The demonic chi that came out of its nostrils was like a spirit snake. Looking at the wounded demonic tiger, the king-level demonic ape's eyes immediately turned blood red. It opened its bloody mouth and attacked the other demonic tigers. Although the king-level demonic tiger used its powerful strength to escape the king-level demonic ape's pursuit, the other mystic-level demonic tigers were not so lucky. Their bodies were torn apart by the terrifying king-level demonic ape, and they were swallowed into its stomach. This suicide forest is indeed dangerous. If it wasn't for the God-Eater brain's superior perception, I would have had to hide in the universe realm. Yi Qinfeng did not expect that the suicide forest would have a king-level demonic beast that was 2-star demonic emperors. He was even more fearful of this place. He led Xiao Wendy and the others and ran as fast as they could. In the evening, they found a secluded valley covered in ancient trees and hid in it. Thank you for saving my life. Sure, we'll never forget it. The black-clothed woman felt that the danger had passed and let out a long breath. She bowed deeply to Yi Qinfeng and said gratefully, if she did not coincidentally meet Yi Qinfeng, she did not know if she would have been able to escape the king-level demonic tiger's pursuit. Miss is too polite. Yi Qinfeng shook his head. He looked at the 1-star Dao Emperor black-clothed woman with a fiery figure that gave people a valiant feeling and exuded a different kind of beauty. He said, Miss, why did you enter the suicide forest alone? I entered the suicide forest because I heard that the depths of the suicide forest nurtured the suicide ancestral root. I originally wanted to find one and bring it back to celebrate my father's birthday. I did not expect the suicide forest to be so dangerous, including the king-level demonic tiger. I have already met 3 king-level demonic beasts. The black-clothed woman sighed softly. Thinking back to the experiences of the past few days, she still had lingering fear in her heart. She regretted her recklessness even more. Suicide ancestral root. There is a suicide ancestral root in the suicide forest. Yi Qinfeng opened his eyes wide and revealed an unexpected joy. The suicide ancestral root was definitely a top-grade sacred item in the heaven domain. Not only did it have the ability to increase the chances of breaking through a bottleneck, it could also increase one's lifespan by 30,000 years. Although 30,000 years of lifespan was not much to ordinary heaven domain almighties, it was too precious to some people whose lifespan had dried up and were on the verge of death. With the suicide ancestral root, they might be able to break through the shackles of their realm in the remaining 30,000 years and live another life. Why? You are also interested in the suicide ancestral root. Seeing the light that shot out from Yi Qinfeng's eyes, the black-clothed woman asked, I am indeed quite interested in the suicide ancestral root. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Do you know where the suicide ancestral root grows and how many roots there are? I have already found the suicide ancestral root. According to my observations, there should be 3 suicide ancestral roots. The black-clothed woman said, How about this? Let's work together to pluck the suicide ancestral root. After we succeed, the 3 of us will each have 1 root. How about that? Yi Qinfeng suggested. All right, deal. The black-clothed woman just happened to want to find someone to help. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's shocking strength and methods, she did not even think and agreed very happily. Chapter 1575. The next morning, under the guidance of the woman in black, Yi Qinfeng and the rest left the secluded valley and headed towards the deepest part of the suicide forest. August 1st Chinese network equals less than or equal to. Less than or equal to, sure. According to your observations, how many king-level Saint Beasts are there near the life-severing ancestral root? After a night of understanding, Yi Qinfeng knew that the woman in black was called Zhan Shirshir. As for her true background, Yi Qinfeng did not ask, because he felt that even if he asked, Zhan Shirshir might not tell him the truth. However, for Zhan Shirshir to be able to take out a mid-rank true spirit saint artifact as a weapon, it was enough to show that her background was not simple. There should be at least 4 king-level Saint Beasts around the life-severing ancestral root. So if we want to dig out the life-severing ancestral root, we have to think of a way to lure the 4 king-level Saint Beasts away. Zhan Shirshir tried her best to recall and said, 4 king-level Saint Beasts. It is indeed a bit troublesome. With Yi Qinfeng's current strength, he was able to fight 1 king-level Saint Beast. But if he was surrounded by 4 king-level Saint Beasts, he could only choose to avoid them and escape. However, the temptation of the life-severing ancestral root was too great, making Yi Qinfeng unable to give up. After pondering for a while, he decided to take the risk and give it a try. When we reach the place where the life-severing ancestral root is born, we have to plan and think of a way to trap the 4 king-level Saint Beasts. Yi Qinfeng instructed and followed Zhan Shirshir as they continued to travel through the suicide forest, slowly approaching the valley where the life-severing ancestral root was born. What dense spiritual qi! This valley should be the source of the suicide forest. As they approached the valley, Yi Qinfeng felt that the spiritual qi floating in the air was getting denser and denser. Ancient trees that were hundreds of feet tall pierced the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun, causing the entire forest to be incomparably dark. The valley in front is the place where the life-severing ancestral root is born. The 4 king-level Saint Beasts are hidden in the valley. Zhan Shirshir pointed at a valley filled with ancient trees and said softly, "You guys wait for me here. I'll lure the 4 king-level Saint Beasts out." Yi Qinfeng glanced at the valley and whispered, "Remember, no matter what happens, don't help." After he finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng concealed his aura and stealthily approached the valley like an erratic ghost. He summoned 3 ancient formation flags outside the valley and hid them in 3 ancient trees in a triangular formation. Flying into the valley, Yi Qinfeng hid behind a strange craggy rock and controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce the situation in the valley. What a terrifying demonic qi. Just as I thought, there are even more powerful demonic beasts in this valley. When the power of the God-Eater brain covered the entire valley, Yi Qinfeng could feel the aura of a demonic beast that had almost reached the limit of a king-level sacred beast, apart from the 4 king-level sacred beasts that Zhan Shirshir had mentioned. However, he did not sense the aura of the life-severing ancestral root. Clearly, the life-severing ancestral root was using the power of the source of the mountain range to conceal itself. It won't be easy to pluck the life-severing ancestral root. Yi Qinfeng wasn't sure how many Saint Beasts he could trap with his traps, but he was determined to get the life-severing ancestral root and had to give it a try. Sword puppet, go! With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned the sword puppet and ordered it to go deep into the valley to lure the king-level Saint Beasts. Roar! Sensing the existence of the sword puppet, the king-level Saint Beasts that had resided in the valley for countless years were enraged and let out earth-shattering roars. Following that, the king-level demonic tiger that had chased after Zhan Shirshir crawled out from a bottomless cave. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the sword puppet, wanting to bite the sword puppet to death for trespassing into their territory. Mirror image clone, go! While the sword puppet was fighting with the king-level demonic tiger, Yi Qinfeng split out his mirror image clone and flew towards the valley. Roar! Lowly human, you still dare to come here? I will definitely destroy you today. The king-level demonic tiger recognized the mirror image clone and let out a furious roar. Roar! Hearing the sounds of battle coming from outside the valley, a pitch-black demonic leopard with ferocious eyes and 2 demonic wolves with wings on their backs appeared. They were more than 8 meters long and had fangs as sharp as swords. They attacked the sword spirit puppet and mirror image doppelganger. Sigh. Seeing that the mirror image clone and the sword puppet had failed to lure out the most powerful demonic beast, Yi Qinfeng hesitated for a moment before immediately ordering the sword puppet and mirror image clone to break out of the valley. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, the mirror image clone would be torn apart by the savage king level saint beasts. If that happened, he might not even be able to lure out the 4 king level saint beasts. Roar! Roar! When the 4 king level saint beasts saw that the mirror image clone and the sword puppet were no match for them, they roared furiously and chased after them. They were determined to kill the 2 who had trespassed on their territory. Under the ferocious attacks of the 4 king level saint beasts, the mirror image clone's injuries worsened. By the time it escaped from the valley, half of its body had been torn apart by the king-level demonic wolves. Die, human! The demonic tiger roared furiously as it opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the mirror image clone's head. Its sharp fangs pierced through the mirror image clone and crushed it. The moment the mirror image clone was crushed, the king-level demonic tiger sensed that something was wrong and suddenly stopped. However, the other 3 king-level saint beasts had already chased after the sword puppet and arrived at the forbidden space of the 3 ancient array flags. Lines of array runes filled the space and instantly trapped the 3 king-level saint beasts. It's a trap! Seeing the 3 king-level saint beasts disappear in front of its eyes, the highly intelligent king-level demonic tiger immediately guessed that it was a trap and was about to retreat into the valley. However, at this moment, Yi Qinfeng, who had burned his primordial blood and increased his strength by 3 times, appeared behind the king-level demonic tiger. He unleashed a strength of more than 3 billion jin and was like a towering mountain as he ruthlessly slammed into the king-level demonic tiger. Boom! The king-level demonic tiger's huge body trembled as it lost control of its huge body and was thrown into the air. True Spirit Dragon Fighting Fist. Following that, Yi Qinfeng continuously used his extremely powerful True Spirit Saint technique and blasted out streaks of fist radiance that were powerful enough to kill a real dragon. They bombarded the king-level demonic tiger's huge body and sent it flying into the forbidden space of the ancient array flags. Success! After successfully trapping the 4 king-level saint beasts, Zhan Shirshir, who was hiding in the bushes, revealed an extremely excited expression. In her opinion, with the 4 king-level saint beasts trapped, there would be no more danger in the valley. She could easily pluck the life-extinguishing ancestral root and bring it back to celebrate her father's birthday. Ancient Sky, Shrouding Diagram Seal. The 4 heaven-level saint beasts were too terrifying. Yi Qinfeng was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he summoned the Ancient Sky Shrouding Diagram and increased the power of the seal. He shouted loudly, "Let's go, let's enter the valley." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng led the 2 girls who had been waiting for a long time, as well as the 2 saint beasts into the valley that was rich in heaven's spirit chi and had a pleasant scenery. Sure. Do you have any formation or powerful trump cards on you? When they were deep into the valley, Yi Qinfeng transmitted his voice and asked, "Big Brother Yi, do you think there is still danger in this valley?" The extremely intelligent Zhan Shirshir asked. "Yes, I just felt that there is an even more terrifying demonic beast at the end of the valley, and that demonic beast strength is probably comparable to a 4-star demonic emperor. We must deal with it with all our strength." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, 4-star demonic emperor." Zhan Shirshir's beautiful big eyes widened, revealing a deep sense of worry. Although she still had a life-saving trump card on her, she was definitely not a match for a 4-star demonic emperor. facing such a terrifying existence, she could only give up on the life-severing ancestral root. Sure, if you have any formation or powerful trump cards on you, we still have a chance. Yi Qinfeng said, I have an Emperor Exploding Stone here. It can instantly kill an ordinary Emperor-level expert, but the demonic beast's physical body is far stronger than the various races. Plus, a 4-star demonic Emperor is too terrifying. Only by detonating this Emperor Exploding Stone at a close distance can we have a chance of seriously injuring the 4-star demonic Emperor. Zhan Sure took out a jet-black crystal that contained a terrifying energy from her Qinquan ring and said, With this Emperor Exploding Stone it will be easy. Yi Qinfeng said in his heart, Sure, if you trust me, then give this Emperor Exploding Stone to me. I will deal a fatal blow to that king, level Saint Beast. Okay, be careful. Zhan Sure nodded and gave the incomparably precious Emperor Exploding Stone to Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 1576. Roar. Lowly humans, what are you doing here? An angry roar resounded. A 10-meter-long lion covered in purple lion fur leaped out of a pit with a large number of blooming flowers. It opened its bloody mouth and roared loudly. It was a majestic lion with a towering demonic aura. It was over 10 meters long, and its whole body was covered in purple lion fur. Golden light flashed in its bell-sized eyes. Ba. Chinese? Net? Z? Com. The golden eye mutant blood lion. The rumors are true. It's the guardian of the life-severing ancestral root. Zhan Sure looked at the roaring purple lion, and her beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a trace of seriousness. The golden eye mutant blood lion was an ancient mutant species. Its bloodline power was terrifying, and its battle prowess far exceeded that of a sacred beast of the same level. It posed a great threat to Yi Qinfeng's group. Little Mosquito will use the sword puppet as the main defense. We'll take the initiative and deal with it together. Although the golden eye mutant bloodlion was terrifying, Yi Qinfeng realized that not only was the life-severing ancestral root nurtured here, but there were also at least 1,000 life-severing flowers. If he could pluck all the life-severing flowers here, he would be able to exchange them for a large amount of contribution points when he returned to the ethereal heaven sect. Okay. Xia Wendy nodded and summoned the sword puppet with Yi Qinfeng, preparing to face the golden eye mutant blood lion head-on. The aura of a divine beast. I can feel the aura of a divine beast in your body. The golden eye mutant blood lion's eyes shone with golden light as it stared at the divine beast of chaos. It could feel the powerful bloodline of a divine beast in its body, which made it greedy. If it could devour the descendant of a divine beast, it might be able to break the shackles of its body and reach a level it didn't even dare to imagine. F***CK, you big lion. Let's see who's going to eat who today. The divine beast of chaos opened its bloody mouth and said without backing down, Now attack with all your might. The ancient bronze coffin suddenly broke through the universe realm and charged at the golden eye mutant bloodlion with hundreds of millions of pounds of force. Roar! The golden-eyed bloodlion let out a furious roar. It stretched out its powerful lion claws and slapped the ancient bronze coffin. The terrifying power directly sent the ancient bronze coffin flying. The moment the ancient coffin was sent flying, Emoba flew out of the ancient coffin, holding a dragon-patterned broadsword that weighed several hundred pounds. He slashed at the head of the golden-eyed bloodlion. Roar! The golden-eyed bloodlion opened its bloody mouth, and a large amount of demonic energy gushed out like a black river, bombarding Demon Ba, shattering his attack and sending him flying in the air. Green Wand, Sacred Bow, shoot! Yi Qinfeng seized the opportunity when the golden-eyed bloodline lion was attacking Mo Ba. He leaped high into the air, pulled the green wand, Sacred Bow, into the shape of a full moon and shot at it. Swish, swish! An ear-piercing sound of friction rang out. The Cyan Phoenix sacred arrows, which were filled with terrifying Tao power and power, kept attacking the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion, trying to pierce through its body. Bloodline golden armor. At this critical moment, the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion used its inherited magic, mobilizing the powerful bloodline power in its body. A thick layer of golden armor covered its body, blocking the attack of the green wand's sacred bow. Chaos mountain body. The chaos divine beast fell from the sky, and its huge body turned into a mini mountain. With a force of more than 2 billion pounds, it smashed into the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion's huge body. However, the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion's defense was too terrifying. The chaos mountain body that the chaos divine beast turned into could not hurt it at all. Instead, it was shaken and sent flying by the furious Golden Eye mutated bloodlion with a slap. It flew hundreds of meters away, smashing a big hole in the mountain in the distance. What a strong defense! Yi Qinfeng did not expect the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion's defense to be so terrifying. The green wand's sacred bow could not hurt it at all, and the combined power of everyone still could not hurt its body. Roar! When Yi Qinfeng's face turned serious, the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion's huge body suddenly expanded, and it opened its huge lion mouth. It let out a series of piercing roars that attacked Yi Qinfeng's soul. Not good. Retreat. The Golden Eye mutated bloodlion's sonic attack was too powerful. Yi Qinfeng summoned the 4 profound level Tao diagrams and turned them into a boundless sea of Tao intent in front of him to weaken the lion's roar attack. At the same time, he led everyone to retreat quickly. Although Yi Qinfeng and the others had retreated in time, the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion's roar was too terrifying. The sea of Tao intent formed by the 4 profound level Tao diagrams was shattered like rotten wood. They were also shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices and were in great pain. After injuring Yi Qinfeng and the others with a roar, the golden-eyed mutated bloodlion's enormous body suddenly burst forth with a beam of demonic purple light as it pounced towards Yi Qinfeng and the others, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to bite them to death. You guys keep retreating, Yi Qinfeng ordered as the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion flew toward them. He ignored his own safety and went to meet it head-on. At the same time, the extremely powerful Emperor Exploding Rock appeared in his hand. 4 times the time. The moment Yi Qinfeng and the golden-eyed mutated bloodlion collided, Yi Qinfeng suddenly accelerated the flow of time by 4 times. Before the golden-eyed mutated bloodlion could react, Yi Qinfeng collided with its strong body. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng bore the brunt of the impact and crushed the Emperor Exploding Stone. A powerful explosion spread out and engulfed them in an instant. Big brother, you will be fine, right? Zhan Shirshir, who was hiding in the distance, saw Yi Qinfeng and the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion being annihilated in the explosion of the Emperor Exploding Rock and suddenly became nervous. She was very clear about the explosive power of the Emperor Exploding Rock. It could even shatter a mid-grade, true Spirit Saint artifact and kill a 3-star Tao Emperor. She couldn't help but worry about Yi Qinfeng's safety. Don't worry. He has 100 lives. He will be fine. Looking at the nervous Zhan Shirshir, Xiao and Dai frowned slightly and said in a neutral tone, "Ayo, ayo, ayo." As the explosion became more and more intense, an angry roar rang out. The golden bloodline armor was shattered. The Golden Eye mutated bloodlion, who was covered in injuries, struggled with all its might in the center of the explosion. It dragged its bloody body and escaped from the destructive storm. Buzz, buzz! The moment it escaped, the 2 sword puppets that had been waiting for a long time turned into 2 invincible crescent moon sword slashes. They were like 2 crescent moons that had fallen to the mortal world. They ruthlessly slashed at the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion's huge body, shaking it and trying to send it back into the destructive storm. Although the Golden Eye mutated bloodlion was severely injured, Its strength was comparable to a 4-star Tao Emperor. It was not something that the two sword puppets could compare to. Withstanding the attacks of the two sword puppets, the Golden Eye mutated blood lion opened its bloody mouth and spat out a large amount of demonic light. It directly sent the two sword puppets flying. True spirit fighting dragon fist. At this time, Yi Qinfeng left the universal realm and transformed into his true spirit body. He jumped onto the Golden Eye mutated blood lion's huge body and continuously blasted the fighting dragon fist. He bombarded the Golden Eye mutated blood lion's head and worsened its injuries. Ao. The Golden Eye mutated blood lion roared in pain. Its long lion tail whipped towards Yi Qinfeng like a whip. Space partition. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was about to be hit by the lion's tail, he suddenly used the law of space and forcibly separated the space behind him to resist the lion's tail attack. He continued to use the true spirit fighting dragon fist to attack the Golden Eye mutated blood lion's head. The terrifying strength and concentrated attacks smashed the Golden Eye mutated blood lion's huge head to the ground. Battle form. The Golden Eye mutated blood lion's injuries continued to worsen. It was furious. When it forcefully flung Yi Qinfeng away, it transformed into its strongest battle form. Its terrifying demonic energy soared into the sky like smoke signals, threatening the lives of Yi Qinfeng and the others. Chapter 1577. This Golden Eye mutated blood lion is indeed an ancient mutated species. Its combat power is too formidable. Yi Qinfeng did not expect that the Golden Eye mutated blood lion's combat power would not decrease even after being severely injured by the Emperor Exploding Rock. 8-1. Chinese. 8-1-1. Z. 1. C1-01. Sure. Do you have any high-grade or supreme-grade heaven crystals on you? Xiao Wendy, who was hiding far away and could not help, was very anxious. She had no choice but to seek help from Zhan Shirshir. Yes, I have 1 supreme-grade heaven crystal and more than 10,000 high-grade heaven crystals. Zhan Shirshir nodded. Great. Xiao Wendy was overjoyed. She revealed a look of surprise and said, Shirshir, can you give me your supreme-grade and high-grade heaven crystals? They can help us turn the tide and kill the Golden Eye mutated blood lion. Okay, no problem. Supreme-grade heaven crystals might be precious, but they could not be compared to the life-severing ancestral root. In addition, Zhan Shirshir had an extraordinary background. Without hesitation, she took out her supreme-grade and high-grade heaven crystals and gave them to Xiao Wendy. Sword puppet, come back. With enough energy stones, Xiao Wendy immediately called back her sword puppet. She fused the supreme-grade and high-grade heaven crystals into the sword puppet's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After fusing with enough energy, the sword puppet's strength rose steadily. It easily surpassed the Tao Emperor realm and its combat power sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword puppet's combat power reached the 4-star Tao Emperor realm. Its terrifying aura shocked Zhan Shirshir. Sister Xia, what grade is this puppet of yours? How can it be so powerful? Zhan Shirshir looked at the sword puppet's strength and asked in shock. I don't know. Qingfeng, and I got it by chance. Xiao Wendy said vaguely. She did not reveal the spirit tribe's inheritance. Go, kill that big lion. With a thought, Xiao Wendy lent the low-grade, clear feather spirit saber to the sword puppet and ordered. Holding the clear feather spirit blade, the sword puppet attacked the golden-eyed mutant blood lion with an interweaving sword momentum. The terrifying blade radiance pierced through the heavens and the earth and sent the golden-eyed mutant blood lion flying. A deep cut was left on the lion's huge body, revealing its white bones. Ao. Under the relentless attacks of the sword puppet, the injuries of the golden-eyed blood lion became more and more serious. However, its counterattacks were unable to harm the sword puppet at all. which made it angrier and angrier. Its terrible roar shook the heavens and the earth, lingering for a long time. Green wand, sacred bow, shoot. When the sword puppet was completely suppressing the golden-eye mutated bloodlion, Yi Qinfeng deduced his Tao will to the extreme. He gripped the blue wand, sacred bow, tightly and assisted the sword puppet in attacking the golden-eye mutated bloodlion, constantly blasting its powerful body. As its injuries became more and more serious, the golden-eyed mutant bloodlion wanted to retreat and escape. Boss, don't let it escape. The blood of the golden-eyed mutant bloodlion is very precious and beneficial to us. Seeing that the golden-eyed mutant bloodlion was about to escape, the divine beast of chaos immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "Don't worry, it can't escape." As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng summoned his life treasure, the Chaos Divine Wood. Under his control, the Chaos Divine Wood grew larger and larger until it became a towering ancient tree. It then fell from the sky and attacked the golden-eyed mutated bloodlion. Boom! The golden-eyed mutant bloodlion, who was seriously injured and unable to dodge, was hit by the Chaos Divine Wood. Its huge body trembled and fell to the ground. The next moment, tens of thousands of five-colored roots broke through the golden-eyed mutant bloodlion's body and took root in its body, forcibly suppressing it. Ao, ao, ao. Suppressed by the Chaos Divine Wood, the golden-eyed mutant bloodlion roared in despair and struggled with all its might. However, its injuries were too serious, and it could not break free from the Chaos Divine Wood suppression. Everyone attack together. Let's kill it together. At this time, Yi Qinfeng called Xia Wendy and the others to attack the golden-eyed mutant bloodlion together, crushing its ferocious lion head. After about 30 minutes, the golden-eyed mutant bloodlion's huge head was smashed by Yi Qinfeng and the others. It fell into the blood basin and died. Phew, finally killed it. Looking at the corpse of the golden-eyed mutant bloodlion, Yi Qinfeng heaved a long sigh of relief. If not for Zhan Shershur's help, he would have to forcibly awaken the torch dragon to kill it. Chaos Dragon Bloodlion, Space Swallower. This golden-eyed mutant bloodlion's body is yours. Let's go and dig up the life-terminating ancestral root. Without wasting any time, Yi Qinfeng split his mirror image doppelganger and told it to dig up the life-terminating flower. He took the two girls to the cave where the golden-eyed mutant bloodlion lived to look for the legendary life-terminating ancestral root. So deep, this cave is so deep. Yi Qinfeng and the others quickly dived down a few thousand meters, but they still had not reached the end. However, they felt that the Ling Qi in the air was getting denser and denser. He felt that the life-terminating ancestral root was in the deepest part of this cave. After about half an incense's time, Yi Qinfeng and the others arrived at the deepest part of the cave. They were blocked by a powerful spatial seal. Golden Sword Spirit, break. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng's golden sword spirit broke out of his sea of soul. It shone with a blinding golden light and attacked the seal that contained the powerful ancestral rhythm. Ka ka ka. Under the attack of the golden sword soul, the ancestral rhyme restriction kept on cracking, and a huge crack appeared. Come, let's go in. Yi Qinfeng exploded with over 1 billion gene of strength and forcibly tore open the seal. He brought the two girls to the end of the cave. When Yi Qinfeng summoned several moonlight stones and illuminated the pitch-black space, he discovered that there was an ancient tree that was more than 3 meters tall. Its leaves were milky white, and there were 6 dragon-shaped roots hanging down from it. And the 6 dragon-shaped roots were the life-terminating ancestral root that Yi Qinfeng and the others were looking for. Heavens! Could this be the life-terminating ancestral tree? Looking at the 3-meter-tall ancient tree that emitted a powerful ancestral rhythm, Zhan Shershur revealed a look of pleasant surprise. She did not expect that this place would not only nurture the life-terminating ancestral root, but also nurture a life-terminating ancestral tree that was even more precious than the life-terminating ancestral root. Big Brother Yi, I know my request is a bit unreasonable, but I want this life-terminating ancestral tree. Jean Chercheur gently bit her lips and said embarrassedly, but I won't take advantage of Big Brother Yi for nothing. I can give you 2 mid-grade true spirit saint swords and give you all the life-terminating ancestral roots. Sure, it was all thanks to Jean Chercheur that they were able to find this place. Moreover, in order to kill the golden pupil variant bloodlion, she had sacrificed enough. In addition, the mid-grade true spirit saint swords were very useful to Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy, so he happily agreed. Thank you, Big Brother Yi. You really are a good person. Jean Chercheur did not expect Yi Qinfeng to agree so readily. She excitedly hugged his arm and said gratefully. She took out 2 mid-grade true spirit saint swords and gave them to them. Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy did not stand on ceremony and accepted the 2 mid-grade true spirit saint swords. With these 2 swords, their attack power would greatly increase, and killing people above their level would be easy. Let's go! Let's go pick the life-terminating ancestral root and subdue that life-terminating ancestral tree. With that, Yi Qinfeng brought the 2 girls and slowly approached the life-terminating ancestral tree that was rooted in the life-terminating forest's ancestral vein. Chapter 1578. Ka. When Yi Qinfeng and Jean Chercheur got closer, they suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet tremble. August 8th language. August 1st, Z/1. C/O/M. Black tree roots that were like venomous snakes broke out of the hard ground and attacked Yi Qinfeng and company, not giving them a chance to get close. Golden Sword Soul, break! Facing the attack of the black tree roots, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the Golden Sword Soul to slash. After evolving into the Golden Sword Soul, the Golden Sword Soul's attack power was comparable to a mid-grade True Spirit Saint artifact. However, when it slashed at the black tree roots, it only managed to sever one of them. This surprised Yi Qinfeng. As for Xia Wendy and Jean Chercheur, their attacks didn't even manage to sever a single tree root. All of a sudden, they were in danger. At the critical moment, the sword spirit puppet, whose battle prowess had skyrocketed to that of a 4-star Tao Emperor after fusing with the supreme grade heaven crystal and a large number of high-grade heaven crystals, made its move. It held the clear feather spirit saber in its hand and slashed out. A saber light that traversed the void cut off the space and shattered the tree roots that were attacking Yi Qinfeng and the other 2. Green Wand Saint Bao. Yi Qinfeng ignited his primordial blood and forcefully pulled the Green Wand Saint Bao. The 4 mystic Tao diagrams that were deduced to the extreme were fused into the Green Wand Saint Bao and turned into an extremely powerful Green Wand Saint Arrow. It left a deep arrow mark in the air and shot towards the fate-severing ancestral tree. Puny humans, you think you can harm this ancestor? Be obedient and become this ancestor's fertilizer. An old face appeared on the thick tree trunk of the fate-severing ancestral tree. It spewed out a large amount of ancestral rhyme that struck the Green Wand Saint Arrow and shattered it. Strong, too strong. This fate-severing ancestral tree is definitely stronger than the Golden Eye mutant bloodlion. The fate-severing ancestral tree strength was beyond Yi Qinfeng's expectation. However, Yi Qinfeng wasn't afraid. With a thought, he summoned the primal chaos divine wood and controlled it to attack the fate-severing ancestral tree. What ancient tree is this? The tree spirit of the life-saving ancestral tree sensed the chaos divine wood's chaotic energy and cautiously said, "Chaos divine wood, restrain it." Although the chaos divine wood was slightly weaker than the matured life-severing ancestral tree, it was still one of the 3 strongest divine woods in the universe. Yi Qinfeng believed that it had the power to counter the life-severing ancestral tree. Rumble. The life-severing progenitor tree immediately shook its treetop and unleashed a powerful progenitor rhyme, bombarding the chaos divine wood in an attempt to shatter it. Don't hesitate, attack with all your might. Seizing the opportunity when the life-severing progenitor tree attacked the chaos divine wood, Yi Qin Feng and the others summoned their respective treasures and executed their strongest secret arts to attack the life-severing progenitor tree with all their might, weakening its power. Under the full-powered attacks of Yi Qin Feng and the others, the ancestral rhyme of the life-severing progenitor tree was constantly being dispersed. The chaos divine would withstood the attacks of the ancestral rhyme and extended its 5-colored roots into the life-severing progenitor tree. Ancestral vein dragon, kill them all. The life-severing progenitor tree panicked when the chaos divine would broke through its tree body. It immediately channeled the power of the ancestral vein and broke out of the chaotic ground. It turned into a 100-meter-long true dragon covered in flowing innate ancestral veins. It roared and attacked Yi Qin Feng and the others. Sword puppet, block it. The life-severing forest's ancestral vein was extremely terrifying. The true dragon it turned into was not much weaker than the life-severing progenitor tree. Yi Qin Feng and the others did not dare to face it head-on. They could only let the sword puppet defend with all its might. Boom! The ancestral vein dragon crashed into the sword puppet's body. The terrifying power depleted 1/10 of the sword puppet's energy and left tiny cracks on its tough body. What a terrifying attack! Yi Qin Feng knew the sword puppet's defense very well. Back then, he used the Azure Phoenix bow to shoot out who knows how many arrows before damaging its body. However, the ancestral vein dragon shattered it with a single collision. It was evident just how terrifying the ancestral vein dragon was. Green Wand Sacred Bow, shoot! When the ancestral vein dragon attacked the sword puppet, Yi Qin Feng took a deep breath and pushed his Dao will to the limit. He pulled the Azure Phoenix bow to the limit and attacked the ancestral vein dragon, damaging its body. When Yi Qin Feng and the others attacked the ancestral vein dragon, the life-severing progenitor tree went berserk. It controlled a large number of black roots to break through the tough ground and attack the chaos divine wood. It wanted to break into the chaos divine wood and take back the ancestral aura it had devoured. Although the chaos divine wood was not fully grown, it was not something the life-severing progenitor tree could destroy. The roots that were as tough as iron could not penetrate the chaos divine wood's body. However, the 5-colored roots extended from the chaos divine wood and broke into every corner of its roots, attacking the tree spirit directly. Once the tree spirit was destroyed, the life-severing progenitor tree would lose all battle power and be at the mercy of others. 9 Dragon Jade Annulus, 9 Heavens Imperial Jade Seal, True Demonic Hand, Demon Emperor Furnace. In order to restrain the ancestral vein dragon, Yi Qin Feng did not hesitate to summon one supreme grade saint artifact after another to complement the Azure Phoenix bow's ferocious attacks. In addition, Zhan Shirshir summoned what seemed to be an upper grade, true spirit saint artifact. It was like a skull that was filled with powerful battle intent. Xia Wendy was constantly using 9 slashes through the firmament, and Mo Ba was crazily attacking. The ancestral vein dragon's attacks were constantly weakened, and the damage it dealt to the sword puppet became smaller and smaller. Boundless 3-foot sword. Yi Qin Feng held the heavenly imperial sacred sword that Zhan Shirshir had given him. After fusing with the golden sword soul, he slashed out a sword that evolved the boundless Tao, slashing towards the cracked ancestral vein dragon's massive body. Under the amplification of the golden sword soul, the terrifying boundless sword directly cut through the ancestral vein dragon's massive body. Following that, Zhan Shirshir controlled the war skull and bit the ancestral vein dragon's heavily injured abdomen, forcefully biting out a huge hole in its massive body. Seizing the opportunity when the ancestral vein dragon was heavily injured, Yi Qin Feng continuously pulled back the Azure Phoenix bow. Xiao Wendy, Sword Puppet, Jean Chercheur, and Mo Ba also attacked at the same time. Under everyone's ferocious attacks, the ancestral vein dragon's entire body was forcefully torn apart. Universe Realm, devour! The ancestral vein root was definitely a good item. If it was fused into the Universe Realm, it would greatly increase the spirituality of the Universe Realm. When Yi Qinfeng controlled the Universe Realm to successfully devour half of the ancestral vein root, the Chaos Divine Wood was also in an intense battle with the life-severing progenitor tree. It had the absolute advantage. The tens of thousands of roots that broke into the ancestral vein tree constantly attacked the tree spirit, trying to kill it. Golden Sword Soul, destroy the tree spirit. When the old face that appeared on the life-severing progenitor tree's thick trunk roared in pain, Yi Qinfeng controlled the Golden Sword Soul to fly over and forcefully split open the tough trunk, helping the Chaos Divine would attack the tree spirit that the life-severing progenitor tree gave birth to. Under the dual attacks of the Chaos Divine Wood and the Golden Sword Soul, the tree spirit's injuries became more and more serious before it was finally killed. Without the tree spirit, the life-severing progenitor tree immediately calmed down and stopped its attacks. Sure, this life-severing progenitor tree is yours. I will take away the 6 ancestral vein roots. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Chaos Divine Wood and the Golden Sword Soul, as well as cut off the 6 spiritual ancestral vein roots that the ancestral vein tree gave birth to. Thank you, Brother Yi, Sister Xia, Jean Chercheur said gratefully. She immediately controlled her saber and cut open the soil around the life-severing progenitor tree that was nourished by the ancestral aura. She moved the life-severing progenitor tree along with its roots into a universe ring. All right, there's nothing valuable here. Let's go. With that, Yi Qinfeng and the rest left the cave that was filled with cracks and could collapse at any time and return to the valley.